Chapter 371. Back at the hotel, Helipolis, who was still excited, followed Ansitanos into the room and could not help but ask, "Teacher, was the Syracuse spy Hermes sent by Dionysius, or was he sent by his opponents? Why are you confused?" Ansitanos laughed. "I was very sure that Dionysius was the mastermind, but after listening to Philisto's explanation..." Helipolis scratched his head. "I can only say that Philisto's acting was too good, and you were fooled. A person of Philisto's status probably has several clerks under him, so of course his handwriting is different. Besides, he had already taken precautions, and even his signature was written by someone else. Polixus has never had any dealings with him before, so it's normal for him to be kept in the dark." Ansitanos smiled contemptuously. "In fact, their acting was not perfect. If you look closely, you will find that the minister named Herolas looked a little unnatural when Philistos was defending himself. Obviously, they did not completely communicate. Oh, so that's how it is." Helipolis recalled the scene at that time, and suddenly came to a realization. Then, he said angrily, "But teacher, why didn't you expose him on the spot? Why should I expose him?" Ansitanos smiled. "Philistos and the other guests put on such a strenuous performance, which just shows that they have scruples about Dionia and do not dare to fall out with us. This is a good thing. Now, it depends on whether Dionysius is willing to sign the alliance that we proposed." The next day, Ansitanos met Dionysius in person, in a spacious but not gorgeous, and even a little crude, palace, the tall and handsome Dionysius. This was one of the reasons why Democritus, the hero of Syracuse's resistance against the Athens army, married his daughter to him, received Ansitanos. As the rumored cold master of Sicily, he warmly welcomed the arrival of the Dionia emissary delegation, and at the same time, apologized for not being able to meet them in time, and said, "I have learned from Philistos that Dionia wants to sign an alliance with us, Syracuse. This is a very good thing. You must know that Syracuse has suffered great losses in terms of treasury, food, and population, and is in urgent need of recuperation. I am very grateful that Dionia is willing to help at this time. I will send Philistos as a representative to discuss the alliance in detail with you. I hope that Syracuse and Dionia can be friendly from now on and set a good example for other Greek city-states in the Western Mediterranean." The meeting was very short. Very soon, Ansitanos left Ortygia Island with some doubts and a sense of joy. Philistos, who had returned after sending off the Dionia emissary delegation, also asked Dionysius doubtfully, "Sir, are you really going to form an alliance with Dionia?" "Philly." Dionysius affectionately called his important minister by his nickname and said in a low voice, "Last night at your banquet, as a Dionia emissary, there was something that was right. Although Carthage has suffered heavy losses, they are strong in Africa and are now developing the Iberian Peninsula. I heard that they have even sent a fleet to the west, through the Pillars of Hercules, to explore unknown lands. The next time Carthage makes a comeback, its power will certainly be stronger than this time. On the other hand, Syracuse's territory is limited to this small island of Sicily, and its territory will not expand much unless it expands further." Philistos had discussed this issue with Dionysius many times, and naturally knew where Dionysius's goal of expansion was, but he still reminded worriedly, "But Dionia's power is not weak, and it has basically united the other city-states and natives of southern Italy." "You're right." Dionysius nodded solemnly. "Back then, with your help, I already had the idea of conquering Greece in my mind, and that's why I married Doris, the daughter of a Locrian noble. But I never thought that in just a few years, a Dionia alliance would rise in Greece." Dionysius's face showed annoyance, and he said through gritted teeth, "Perhaps that Devers is really favored by Hades. But so what? The Western Mediterranean may be big, but it can only accommodate one Greek hegemon. But we just ended the war with Carthage, and we still need to rest and reorganize. Should we take a break for now?" Philistos reminded in a low voice. "We can't." Philistos shook his head. "The Dionia alliance is indeed developing rapidly, and it grows with every passing year. I've studied Dionia carefully, and I have to say that young man called Devers is very good at dealing with the natives. We learned some of the methods we use to deal with the cycles. At their current rate of growth, the Simonians in the north of Dionia may not be able to stop their expansion, and their power will keep spreading north until they take over all of Italy. What will happen to Syracuse then? Will we become their subsidiary? Dionysius's eyes glinted coldly, and he clenched his fist, swung it, and said in a firm and unyielding tone, "We must concentrate all our efforts to destroy them while they are still weak and unstable." Then, do we still want to discuss the alliance with Dionia? Philistos asked again. Of course, why not? We can sign a treaty of non-aggression, and we can make them lower their guard. As for the alliance, Humph, Syracuse never has the habit of signing an equal treaty with other Greek cities. Dionysius said coldly. He had obviously forgotten about Sparta. Philistos, of course, was not stupid enough to correct his mistake. He nodded and said, I understand. Also, we need to speed up the negotiations with Carthage. Dionysius paced back and forth, thinking repeatedly, and finally made up his mind. We can return the land west of Selinus and Panormus to them, but they must pay a large amount of war reparations, open their grain market to us, and provide fair wheat trade. At the same time, they must sign a longer peace treaty. This is the price they have to pay for breaking the agreement and starting another war. Actually, this time it was Dionysius who started the war. That's the gist of it. Bring some people with you to negotiate, and finish it as soon as possible. Philistos nodded to show that he understood. All right, that's all. Dionysius gestured for Philistos to immediately carry out these orders. Philistos hesitated for a moment and said, About Hermes, the Dionia emissary group said that they can return him to us. What do you think? Why do we need him back? How are we going to deal with him when he comes back? Dionysius's face darkened, and he said with hostility, Look at his cowardly performance at the public trial in Thurii. It disgusts me. Tell them that Syracuse respects the laws of Dionia. Since this man has committed crimes in Thurii, we support him to be punished by the laws of Dionia. Philistos sighed and walked out of the hall. He thought of Ansitanos, whom he had a good chat with because of their common interests last night, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. He looked up at the distant sea and said apologetically in his heart, Ansitanos, I'm sorry. I did all this for Syracuse. While Ansitanos was negotiating with Philistos, in Thurii, the Devers received Thurian in the study at home. Archon. Thurian gave a solemn military salute as soon as he saw him. Seglian, our hero. I've told you many times that this is not a training ground. You don't have to be so formal. The Devers looked at the young commander of the Navy. A few years of training had made his flamboyant face more stable. He nodded secretly and gestured with a smile. Sit down. Sit down and talk. Thurian sat upright, facing the Devers. Did Enanolus being sentenced this time have any impact on the sailors of the Navy? Divers didn't bother with pleasantries, but asked directly. Basically, no, Thurian replied immediately. The soldiers all knew about Enanolus's crimes through the public trial. In addition, Enanolus rarely participated in training and rarely led the soldiers himself, so everyone trained as usual. There was nothing unusual. However, we have a worry. Can a three-decker or warship that will be built this year be launched on time? You don't have to worry about that. Enanolus's crime did not involve his family or the shipyard. The Senate had already sent someone to appease them, and they also gave a guarantee. According to the Senate's plan for the Navy, not only will the number of 5 three-decker or warships not change, it will only increase in the future. The Devers promised him. That's great, Thurian suggested excitedly. The Senate made the right decision. Although we now have 30 three-decker or warships to protect the east and west coasts, we need at least double the number of warships to be safe. The Devers nodded and stroked his chin with his hand. He began to think about something. Thurian thought that his request had put the Archon, who appreciated him, in a difficult position and felt a little nervous. Chapter 372. Sir, are we going to start a war? He asked tentatively. War might not happen, but there's no harm in being prepared. I believe you've heard about the public trial in Victory Square. Syracuse is ambitious towards Dionia. Devers was satisfied with Syracuse's vigilance towards war as admiral. He looked at Syracuse with a solemn expression. If war breaks out, what are the chances of our entire Greek navy winning against Syracuse's navy? Syracuse's expression also became tense and solemn, but he was still able to maintain a clear mind. He said smoothly, Crotone can at most assemble 23-tiered warships due to the previous war with Rockley. Syracuse has about 10, Corunna has about 8, and Trine has about 5. As for the city-states in the Dionia alliance, the Lygium Navy has the most 3-tiered warships, maybe 30. Heraclea and Metapontum can assemble 5 at most. Laos hasn't grasped the technology to manufacture 3-tiered warships yet. Castellan and Elia don't have 3-tiered warships, only small and medium-sized warships. Oh, there's also Tarantum. I almost forgot about it. It has about 25 3-tiered warships. Tarantum. This reminded Devers that Dionia had been estranged from him for the past 2 years. However, in the face of a greater threat, Devers decided to improve their relationship. If we gather the naval forces of all the city-states in Greece, there will be about 130 3-tiered warships. Including the small and medium-sized warships, there will be about 250. According to the information we received, Syracuse currently has close to 400 3-tiered warships, and the total number of warships is probably more than 600. However, although the difference in numbers is huge, it's not that we can't fight against Syracuse. It's just that, Syracuse said with a gloomy expression, the key is that the warships of the Greek city-states are too scattered, and it's easy for the enemy to destroy them one by one. Even if they can gather together, it'll be easy for them to fight separately due to the lack of training and a unified command. Devers pondered for a moment before saying, if all the Greek warships are trained together and have a unified command, do you think the Greek coalition fleet has a chance to defeat Syracuse's navy? A fleet that has just been established and has no naval battle experience wants to defeat the powerful Syracuse navy? Syracuse was not shocked by Devers' question. On the contrary, after serious consideration, he said decisively, I think it's possible. First of all, the sailors of Dionia's navy are very high-spirited. Sir, you also know that the quota for Dionia's infantry corps has been filled. Many free people and some probationary citizens who have already registered with the Household Registration Department are unwilling to wait in the Corps' reserves. So, they've become sailors. These young and strong men are eager to be like the legionnaires, to make contributions as soon as possible, to shorten their years of service, to become official citizens, and to be given a piece of land. For this reason, they're training hard and eagerly looking forward to the outbreak of war. They're more eager to fight and win than anyone else. Syracuse clenched his fists as though he was cheering himself up. He continued to speak loudly. Secondly, although the Syracuse Navy has a large number, they're not gathered together. Instead, they're anchored in Syracuse, Agrigento, Catanai. Oh, and now there's Rona. For this reason, it'll take a lot of time for Syracuse to gather all of their warships together. We can seize the opportunity and quickly destroy 1 or 2 of their fleets. This will change the strength of both navies. Devers stared at the young man. He was smart, capable, and full of vigor. He had the courage to fight in the face of a strong enemy and was full of initiative. Based on his previous logical analysis, it could be seen that he had thought deeply about naval warfare and was not limited to the position of a fleet commander. He only trained soldiers, cruised, and so on. This was a naval talent. Devers finally made up his mind. He said in a deep voice, You're right. The Dionia infantry has always fought against the strong with the weak. That's why the Dionia alliance is formed today. I hope that the Navy has the same spirit of not being afraid of the strong. Don't worry, sir. The Dionia Navy will never be inferior to the infantry in the future. Syracuse immediately guaranteed. Devers looked at him and said in a deep voice, Syracuse, although you're young, you've always performed very well in training and management of the fleet. You also have a high prestige among the sailors. Now, that Enanilus has been imprisoned because he broke the law, The entire Dionia navy has no commander. We can't let this situation continue." When Dever said this, Syracuse's heart beat violently. "Therefore, I've decided to propose to the Senate to let you take over as the commander of the navy. I believe this appointment will be made tomorrow." When great happiness came crashing down on him, as Syracuse hoped, he was so excited that he did not know what to say. He could only express his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You must understand that this appointment is not an honor, but a heavy responsibility. If there is a day when war breaks out between Dionia and Syracuse, Dionia's long coastline will be attacked by Syracuse's powerful navy. The fleet you lead will have to think of ways to protect the Alliance's land from being invaded by the enemy. The citizens' property will not be damaged. Therefore, your responsibility is great," Devers said solemnly. Under the Devers' gaze, Syracuse's expression gradually became resolute. "I understand, sir." He gave another military salute with great vigor. The next day, the Senate voted to appoint Syracuse as the commander of the navy. At the same time, two bills were passed. The first was to incorporate the warships of Dionia's allied city-states into the Dionia navy. One would train, while the other would patrol. The second was to increase the number of Overlord warships from the original 5 per year to 10 per year. In the Dionysian Theater in Athens, the famous playwright Aristophanes' new play, The Dionia Man, was being performed. The play was about a foreign citizen of Dionia who participated in the Olympia. In the play, Aristophanes portrayed the image of an alien citizen of Dionysia who was ignorant of the traditional Greek culture and foolish and ridiculous. Ever since the play was released, it was highly praised by the citizens of Athens. Every theater in Athens was always full. For example, in the middle of the theater, when the referee announced the athletes to enter the arena, the strangely dressed foreign citizen refused to be naked. When the referee asked him why, his answer was, "There are many snakes and insects in the mountains. I have to wear clothes. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, I'll be bitten off." Ha. The audience burst into laughter. "I like this part. It's so funny." One of the audience held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. "The next part is even funnier. I've watched it several times," another audience member said excitedly. A whistle was heard on the field. The actor who was playing the role of a Dionian citizen was trying his best to run, but the referee stopped the race and asked him why he ran into the circle of the track. The actor answered innocently, "Our tribe always takes shortcuts when hunting. That's the only way we can catch our prey." After the referee told him the rules of the race, he complained, "How stupid these rules are. No wonder I didn't see you wearing animal skins and feathers. It's impossible for you to catch the prey." The audience laughed from the beginning to the end. In the end, the foreign citizen won the race. The temple priest put a laurel crown on his head. However, he threw the laurel crown on the ground and said angrily, "Our Archon lied to me. These branches are not worth anything at all." He said that the champion would be rewarded. So he turned to the priest and asked for the golden scepter in his hand. The greed of the foreign citizen and the anger of the priest became the ending scene of the play. The audience stood up and applauded in one direction. An old man with a white beard stood up and waved to the audience to express his gratitude. He was a respected playwright of Athens, Aristophanes. Despite his old age, he still sat in the field when a new work was performed. He observed the audience's reaction and thought about where his work could be improved. The Dionia Man was written after he heard about the farce that took place at the Isthmian Games a few years ago, Lazura's Havoc at the Games. Most people in Athens only saw it as a funny comedy. Only a few understood the deeper meaning of the play. More and more city-states, such as Dionia, Syracuse in Sicily, Neapolis in Campania, Thessaly in northern Greece, and Macedonia began to accept foreign citizens into Greek society. This began to impact Greece's own traditional culture. This was what Aristophanes, who had always been committed to defending the traditional values of Greece, was worried about. He used the ridiculous foreign citizen in the play to warn the people of Athens and even the entire Greek world to be vigilant. However, he was not sure how effective it would be. With the help of his slaves, he walked out of the theater and walked down the mountain road. The crowded crowd voluntarily made way for the respectful old man. At this moment, there was a burst of cheers in front of him. What happened? The audience patted each other on the shoulder and asked curiously. Chapter 373. Help me sit down. Aristophanes sat on the side of the mountain path, looking at the cheering crowd. He was equally excited. Although he knew that Khanon of Athens was now a naval general hired by Persia and led the Persia fleet, this victory had greatly reduced the threat that Athens faced from the sea. Although the citizens' assembly had agreed to join the Thebes and declare war on Sparta, the shadow of the Peloponnesos's defeat 10 years ago and the ferocity of the Sparta army were like nightmares in the hearts of every citizen of Athens. Especially now, although the war was in a stalemate at the Isthmus, the Allies still had more losses than victories. Recently, there was news that another Sparta army from Asia Minor led by Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, had landed from northern Greece and was heading towards the Boeotia region. How could the citizens of Athens not be nervous and afraid? The victory of this naval battle was like a timely rain, relieving the burden on their hearts. They cheered loudly to vent the fear that had been suppressed for a long time. Aristophanes was pleased to see that the city of Athens had become a little livelier. Then, he showed a surprised expression. At the corner of the street, there was a man in tattered clothes sitting on a dusty step, leaning against the rough stone wall, looking attentively at something. This quiet scene was a stark contrast to the joy around him, and the man's back was familiar to Aristophanes. He walked over and called out uncertainly, "Antistene." The man turned around and looked at Aristophanes. He had no intention of standing up. "Aristophanes, if you are here to ask me about Plato's whereabouts, don't disturb my reading." Aristophanes knew that although Antistene and Plato were both students of Socrates, the two had different ideologies. He said with a hint of mockery, "I just want to tell you that the fleet led by Khanon defeated the Sparta navy. Now the whole city is celebrating this victory." "So what?" Antistene said disapprovingly. "Victory will only encourage the people to blindly throw themselves into the war. Athens has only been peaceful for a short time, and this will be a long war." He then shook his head and glanced at Aristophanes. "You just came back from the theater, right? The new play you wrote, Dionia, seems to be very popular among the people." Aristophanes was not satisfied with Antistene's negative attitude towards the news of their victory. "Oh, Antistene, who has always rejected theatrical entertainment, actually knows about my new play. I'm so honored. That's because people have been talking about it every day for the past few days." "I say, you're being too nosy. It's up to Dionia to send their citizens to participate in the games. What's the point of writing a play to satirize them?" Aristophanes was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to retort, Antistene tilted his head and picked his ear with his finger. "Did you know that after the news of Dionia's public trial of traitors and the public exposure of Syracuse's ambitions, Ceresibulus and the other generals in the executive committee were discussing whether to send messengers to Dionia to discuss an alliance with them, so that Dionia can contain Sparta's ally, Syracuse? It's better if you don't put on a show to avoid provoking Dionia and causing the alliance to fail. Ceresibulus and the others can do whatever they want, but they have no right to interfere with the legitimate freedom of a citizen of Athens." Aristophanes shouted angrily. "That's what I wanted to say too." Antistene pointed at the cheering crowd. "What does their victory have to do with me?" Aristophanes was so angry that he simply turned around and left. Once again, he confirmed his own understanding. The reason why he could be good friends with Plato but always estranged from Antistene was because of his sense of responsibility. Antistene, on the other hand, did not care about Aristophanes' departure. He gently brushed away the dust that had fallen from his book and focused on reading again. Agesilaus led his army through Thrace and Macedonia and arrived in central Greece. In Amphipolis, he heard the news of Sparta's victory at Corinth, but this did not cheer him up because the Sparta army was still blocked at the Isthmus and could not advance an inch. He was worried about the war, so he hastened his march, but when he reached Colonia, he encountered a solar eclipse. The soldiers panicked and thought that it was a bad omen. Then, Agesilaus received news that the Spartan navy had been defeated at Knidos. He was shocked and secretly glad that he had chosen to rush to Pyotia by land instead of by sea. Otherwise, he might still be blocked in Asia Minor. He immediately blocked the news to prevent the morale of his army from wavering. At the same time, he felt that he had to start a war soon and use victory to wash away this bad news. So, he led his army again and finally entered the Pyotia region. He encountered the anti-Sparta coalition army stationed at Corso, guarding the passage to the Thebes. A war was inevitable. Before the war, he summoned the famous leader of the 10,000 Persia expedition, Xenophon. This 35-year-old man from Athens had fought with Sparta for 5 years in Asia Minor and was already a veteran general. Standing in front of Agesilaus, he was like a tall cedar tree, exuding an imposing aura. Agesilaus looked at him with admiration and said, "Xenophon, my friend, the enemies of Sparta are in formation in front of us. We can only advance to the city of Thebes if we defeat them. But in the enemy's army, there are reinforcements from Athens. Among them may be your family, your friends, your classmates. Fighting with them face to face will undoubtedly be an extremely painful thing for you." Sigh, although I'm a little reluctant, but Agesilaus showed an unusually regretful expression and said emotionally, "I allow you to lead your army and leave. You can even join the other party. I am very grateful for your selfless help to Sparta over the years. Even if you and I will become enemies in the upcoming war, I will still see you as my close friend." Xenophon was furious after hearing this. "King of Sparta, you are questioning my integrity. Before leading the mercenaries to follow you out of Asia Minor, I have already said that ever since the Athens assembly executed my teacher Socrates and judged me guilty in absentia, I have already regarded Athens as my enemy. Moreover, I agree with Sparta's political philosophy and am willing to fight for it. I have also sworn to Zeus. Now that you insist on me leaving here, I will leave." With that, he turned around and walked out of the tent without any reluctance. "Xenophon, please forgive my rudeness just now." Agesilaus hurriedly pulled him back and apologized profusely. "I originally did not want you to fight with your compatriots to prevent you from feeling uneasy. However, I now realize that you have a great belief that far exceeds the feelings of an ordinary motherland. For this, I want to apologize to you." With that, he bowed sincerely to Xenophon. Xenophon hurriedly stopped him. The anger in his heart had mostly dissipated. "I have decided to appoint you as the commander of the middle army in tomorrow's battle." Agesilaus decisively made a decision. Xenophon was a little surprised, but he did not decline and accepted the order gladly. This was because he knew that there had been some rumors about him circulating in the army recently. He secretly swore that in this battle, he would use practical actions to shut up those who doubted him. Xenophon left the tent. Agesilaus' adjutant, who was also his son, Archidamus, came in. After learning of his father's decision, he could not help but be surprised. "Father, you really want a person from Athens to be the commander of our middle army? What's wrong with a person from Athens?" Agesilaus raised his eyebrows and said loudly at a volume that even the guards outside the tent could hear, "Xenophon is a true friend of mine. I have always been trustworthy towards my friends. What's more, Xenophon is a very talented person. He deserves my trust." At this point, Agesilaus suddenly thought of something. He sighed and said to his son in a deep voice, "You have to understand that Sparta has already missed the Devers that Calithorpe strongly recommended. And the city-states alliance of Dionia, which the young man established in just a few years, has already become a big problem for Dionysius. We cannot push Xenophon to the enemy anymore." The next day, both sides lined up in Corozzo. Agesilaus led the main force of Sparta and lined up on the left. The side facing the allied forces was their old enemy, the Agatians. Xenophon led the remnants of the 10,000 expeditionary army and other Asia Minor mercenaries in the middle, facing his mother state, Athens. On the right flank of the middle was Sparta's ally, the Phocis. The most important city in the region where the Phocis were located was Delphi, facing the instigators of the war, the Thebes. At the moment, at the front of the Thebes formation, the 26-year-old Peropidas and Epaminonda were in the formation as heavy infantry. Why hasn't the bugle sounded yet? I can't wait, Peropidas said eagerly. Epaminonda did not speak. He looked ahead with a gloomy expression. Epaminonda, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that we can't beat the Phocis? Peropidas noticed his good friend's strange expression and asked, I'm not worried about the Phocis. They've never been our match. What I'm worried about is the Agatians. I'm worried if they can block Sparta's left-handed attack, Epaminonda said worriedly. Chapter 374. At the end of the Battle of Caruso, Agesilaus defeated the Agatians, while the Thebes defeated the Phocis. Xenophon led the mercenaries to attack the Athens army. When a situation was unfavorable for the anti-Sparta coalition, the coalition forces chose to retreat. Agesilaus' troops suffered too many casualties and were unable to give chase. The coalition forces successfully returned to the camp and continued to defend Caruso, although Agesilaus won. He could not pass through Caruso. As the enemy's reinforcements continued to arrive, the anti-Sparta coalition forces continued to grow. Agesilaus realized that he could not stay here any longer, so he could only give up on his plan to attack the Thebes territory. He was forced to lead his army to retreat west and finally reach Delphi. He crossed the Corinth Bay and met up with the Sparta army that was still fighting in Corinth. Cycerion, who was already the commander of the Ionian navy, came to the Devers' residence again. His attitude toward the Devers was as respectful as before. The Devers called him over this time not only to congratulate him on his promotion, but also to discuss something more important. Cycerion, I've been thinking about the strategy you told me about against the Syracuse Navy for the past 2 days. I feel that although there is a chance of victory, the risk is too great. I have an idea that may greatly increase the chances of the Ionian Navy winning. Sir, what is it? Cycerion asked hurriedly. He was not pretending. If someone else said this, he would definitely think that it was wishful thinking. However, this came from the miracle maker Devers that the soldiers praised. How could not take it seriously? Look at this. The Devers handed a parchment scroll to Cycerion. Cycerion quickly unfolded it and saw that there was a drawing of a 3-tiered or warship. However, this warship was a little special. Beside the mast at the bow of the ship, there was an additional wooden plank that was about the same length as the mast. There were low railings on both sides, and below the top of the plank was a sharp angle that pointed downward. On the side, there was also a drawing of the device that looked like a small wooden bridge. It was about 12 meters long and 2 meters wide. The sharp corner at the top was a thick iron nail. There was also a hole drilled at the top of the wooden plank, which was connected to the mast with a cable. The Devers noticed the doubtful expression on Cyclerion's face, so he asked, Cyclerion, tell me honestly, how much of a gap is there between our sailors' piloting skills and Syracuse's? Cyclerion hesitated for a moment before saying, the Syracuse Navy has fought against Carthage's people many times. They are more experienced in actual combat than us, and their skills in controlling ships are naturally better than ours. However, we are training hard, and our brothers' fighting spirit is very high. But our sailors are still newbies who have never been on the battlefield, including yourself. The Devers pointed out bluntly. Cyclerion blushed and tried to argue. The Devers waved his hand and gestured for him to stop talking for the time being. The Navy is different from the infantry. If a battle on land fails, as long as the city has enough citizens, it can form another army at any time. When a naval battle breaks out, more than a dozen or dozens of ships will sink to the bottom of the sea, and thousands of sailors will be sacrificed or captured. Once it fails, it will be very difficult to recover in a short period of time. A 3-oared warship needs at least more than half a year to build, not to mention the huge amount of resources and money needed to build it. During this time, the Syracuse warships can ravage any coast or port of Ionia at will, leaving our land desolate and our trade stagnant. Therefore, the Ionia alliance, which is weaker than the Syracuse Navy, did not give your fleet any time to gain experience. Our Navy cannot be defeated even once. The Dever's words put great pressure on Sakarian. He clenched his fists and pressed them against his thighs, shouting in his heart, "How is this possible?" Even strong navies, such as the Athens Navy and Syracuse Navy, have suffered crushing defeats. At this moment, his eyes swept across the drawing on the table, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the secret of our Navy's victory is here? Sakarian, since our fleet is inferior to Syracuse in both experience and technology, why do we have to compete with Syracuse in the traditional battle tactics? On the contrary, you see, we have the best legions of the Greek city-states. Whether it is individual fighting skills or teamwork, they're the strongest heavy infantry in all of Greece. Why don't we move the land battle to the sea battle so that we can play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses and take the initiative in the battle? The Devers' words of fighting the sea battle as the land battle were like a bolt of lightning passing through Sakarian's brain. He picked up the drawing on the table. This wooden bridge, the Devers smiled and continued, "I have asked Martikoris about this wooden bridge. He could design pulleys on the warships that can easily pull up the wooden bridge. At the same time, he can create a circular track around the base of the mast. Similarly, using the pulleys, the wooden bridge can be pushed around the mast. When the enemy ships approach the warship from the front or from the sides, we can find a right time to lower the wooden bridge. The iron nails at the top of the bridge can then use the falling force to pierce into the enemy's deck, making it impossible for the enemy's ships to escape. At this time, the heavy infantry on the ship can use the wooden bridge to step onto the enemy's ships and engage in close combat with the enemy." While listening to the Devers' explanation, Sakarian, who had been rapidly deducing this novel naval battle in his mind, could not help but tremble with excitement. "Sir, this is a genius idea. Changing the sea battle into a land battle, making full use of the advantages of our army. Not only can we attack the enemy, we can also capture the enemy and their ships, rapidly strengthening our naval forces." If it were a traditional commander of the Navy, it would probably be difficult for him to accept such a creative idea. However, Sakarian was young and had just been appointed as a commander of the Navy. All he could think about was how to defeat the enemy, so he was quick to accept the new battle method. This saved the Devers a lot of trouble. The Devers smiled and asked, "Do you think this plan can be carried out?" "Absolutely." Sakarian's eyes were fixed on the drawing. "However, when the fleet is sailing, this wooden bridge will affect the speed of the ship. It may also increase the risk of capsizing in a storm. I think that if we can remove it normally, lay it on the deck, and install it before the battle. Also, during the battle, this wooden bridge will also affect the flexibility of the warship's maneuvering." "Oh, I forgot. This is not a problem. With the wooden bridge on the ship, our battle method will no longer be based on ramming, but mainly on boarding battles. How many infantry should we put on the warship?" Sakarian lay on the wooden table and stared at the drawing, muttering to himself as he racked his brains. The Devers looked at him, feeling gratified and amused at the same time. Hence, he patted him and said, "Go back and slowly think about how to use this new warship equipment. I suggest that you look for an engineer to install the wooden bridge on one of the warships. If you encounter any problems, you can look for Dean Mattycris from the mathematics faculty and ask him to design a solution. However, you have to be respectful to him. After the installation is done, lead the sailors to practice the new battle tactics. If you need the cooperation of the heavy infantry, you can look for military officer Felicius. He will arrange it for you. Until you have completely understood this new battle tactic and are proficient in using it, with my approval, you can promote it to the entire fleet. You have to pay special attention to this. You must keep it a secret. Remember, before we engage the enemy in battle, we must not let the enemy know of our new battle tactic." "Understood." Sakarian nodded heavily and carefully kept the drawing. He could not wait to leave and go home. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. "Sir, this wooden bridge equipment, have you named it?" "Crow. Its name is Crow." An enigmatic smile appeared on the face of the Devers. On this day, in the Bay of Taranto, among the thousands of ships that sailed into and out of the port of Turris, there was a seemingly ordinary passenger ship. On the ship, A 50-year-old man gazed at the land that appeared in the distance and was filled with endless emotions. "Tourist, I'm finally back." A middle-aged man walked to his side and apologized in a hoarse voice. "Teacher Lysias, this time, in order to complete the important task given by the council, I had no choice but to drag you to Tauris." "I've always felt guilty," Lysias said emotionally. "Socrates, you don't have to apologize. I have said many times that I am here of my own free will, and that I have asked to go to Tali. I love Athens, and I'm willing to do something for it. Tauris is the place where I grew up. My respected teacher, Dixias, once lay in eternal rest here. I should have long come to pay my respects to him." Lysias, translated as Lysias in most parts of the country, in order to distinguish him from General Lysias of Crotone. The name Lysias is used in this article. Socrates did not really worship Lysias as a teacher, but he had devoted himself to studying the court speeches written by Lysias, so it was not an exaggeration to call him teacher. At this time, he also gazed into the distance and sighed regretfully. Yes, Tauris is the Pan-Hellenic city-state that General Pericles advocated and established. It cost Athens a lot of material and money. How many Athens people spent their blood, sweat, and tears to establish it? Now it has become a city of an alliance. You should know that Tauris is also a subsidiary of Athens. We should have condemned Ionia's behavior and defended Tauris's interests. But now we've come to ask for help from the alliance of Ionia that has violated our interests. Alas, Athens, we've lost too much in the War of Peloponnesus. Chapter 375. Lysias gazed at a fleet of more than a dozen warships cruising in front of him. Behind the fleet, two huge, white breakwaters could be vaguely seen, like a pair of arms stretching out from both sides of the coast, as though they were trying to hold back the Croti River flowing into the sea. "The current Turii is completely different from the Turii," he murmured. The passenger ships of Athens finally docked at the port. Based on the information he received about the Danube alliance, Esocrates speculated that the port of Turii was not located near the famous trade routes of the eastern and western Mediterranean Sea, and it did not have a good natural port, so the sea trade should not be too good. But the scene he saw overturned his thoughts. Although it was not as prosperous as the port of Piraeus, it was beyond his imagination, especially the huge wooden hangars erected on each pier that attracted his attention. Under the operation of a few laborers, they could easily hoist the large cargo that previously required more than a dozen strong men to lift in the air and then transfer it to the pier. Esocrates, who came from the prosperous sea trade of Athens, immediately realized that if this device could be applied to the port of Piraeus, the port's unloading capacity for merchant ships would be greatly improved. So he moved closer to take a closer look at the detailed structure of the device, but he was rudely warned by the operator of the hangar. "Do not approach, or the patrol will detain you." Esocrates returned resentfully. At this time, a few strong men came in front of Lysias, and the leader said with a fawning smile, "Hi, how do you do? I'm Spirion, the port's porter. This is my serial number. Do you have anything you need us to carry?" As he spoke, he showed a small round iron plate pinned to his chest to Lysias. Lysias, who had not been back to Turii for decades, was really curious and moved closer to take a closer look. The black iron plate had the pattern of a scale on it, and below was a string of strange symbols. "What's the use of this thing?" He pointed at the metal piece and asked curiously. Spirion said proudly, "This can prove that I am officially registered with the Port Management Office as a porter. If there are any accidents, such as loss of goods during the transportation, you can go to the Port Management Office to complain about me. You just have to report this number. After the management office verifies the situation, they will punish me and compensate you for your losses. So you can rest assured. These are numbers?" Lysias pointed at the row of strange symbols in surprise. Of course not Greek numerals. Spirion was happy to show off his superiority in front of the old man, who looked like a scholar. "This is a number invented by our Archon Devers. It is easy to remember and easy to use. Party members use it everywhere. The number engraved on it is 2410, remember?" Lysias nodded, but his heart was in turmoil. It was not because of the strange number. He was not a mathematician, so he was not too sensitive to it. What surprised him was the management of the port in Turii. Just the porter, the most common and lowly labor in the port, could be so meticulously managed. The management ability of the people of Dionia was obvious. Even Athens did not have such measures to regulate the labor market in the Piraeus port. And from this number, the sophisticated Lysias could feel that the bustle of the port in Turii might be even greater than what he saw. It was not a fluke that Dionia could rise in such a short period of time. Lysias was alert in his heart, and then calmly reminded them, "I hire you to transport the goods, but there are a lot of pottery in the goods. Please be careful. Don't worry. I can't remember how many times I've transported goods like pots and such." Spirion guaranteed, while negotiating with the entourage of the envoy from Athens. At this time, Esocrates also hurried back. Spirion and a few people carried the goods in a cart with wooden wheels and led the envoy from Athens out of the crowded dock to the port avenue. Esocrates was surprised that the avenue was wider and smoother than the avenue from the Piraeus port to Athens. Looking at the gutters, sidewalks, and other facilities on both sides of the avenue, it showed that the people of Dionia were strict and meticulous in the construction of the road. This made Esocrates a little depressed, because this seemed to be something that the people of Athens could not compare. Their thoughts were more focused on participating in politics, courts, and other city-state affairs. Esocrates could not help but squat down, stretched out his hand, and touched the grayish-white material that tightly pieced the stones together. He knocked it, and it was still very hard. "Esocrates, are you going to change your profession to be an architect?" Lysias understood the reason why he did this, and could not help but make a joke. "This is your first time coming to Dionia, right?" Spirion was not surprised to see his behavior, but said proudly, "In the territory of Dionia, avenues like this can be seen everywhere, but this avenue is wider, because there are more and more merchant ships coming to Turin every year. This road has been rebuilt many times, and even the surrounding warehouses and bungalows have been torn down. Now it seems a little narrow." "This is still considered narrow." Lysias was a little speechless. Because most of the traffic on this avenue was carriages, pedestrians walked on both sides of the road. So Spirion had to remind them, "You guys step back to the side of the road and wait for a moment. I will bring the carriage over. But I have to make it clear in advance. The price I negotiated with you before is only for the delivery of goods. The city of Turin is more than 10 miles away from the port. If you choose to walk there, we will deliver the goods first and wait for you at the city gate. If you choose to go with us and take my carriage, then you will have to pay a little more." Spirion was smart, but Lysias was not stupid. Although he was a scholar, he had been writing defense statements for people in Athens for a living. His life was relatively poor, and he was familiar with things like daily necessities. "Are there no carriages here for people to travel?" "Of course there are, and there are many," Spirion said truthfully. "Once you leave the port, there are carriages specially for passengers. It is more comfortable to sit in my cart, but the price is more expensive. And I will give you a ride, and I will only charge a small fee for your hard work." For the rich people of Athens, money was not a problem, but Esocrates was obviously a little tired and afraid of trouble. But he still reminded them, "There are 5 of us. Can your carriage fit? You can rest assured." Spirion did not lie, and soon he brought 2 carriages over. When Spirion and the others carefully moved the goods onto the carriages, Lysias could not help but ask, "Is this the carriage you rented?" "No, it is my carriage." Spirion emphasized the word "I" and said proudly, "As a preparatory citizen, I can apply for a loan from the Christoia Bank." Now the loan and interest of one carriage have been paid off, and the other one is about to be paid off. Soon, the 2 carriages started moving. Spirion accompanied Isocrates and Lysias in the first carriage. This kind of caravan did not have a cloth cover, so it had a panoramic view of the port road and its surroundings, which was exactly what Isocrates wanted. He noticed that although there were many carriages and carts on the road, they followed a kind of rule, so it was not chaotic. Even when there was a problem that caused a traffic jam, there would be patrols quickly coming to clear it. On the other hand, Lysias' attention was more on the carts, because they were all pulled by horses. In Lysias' memory, Turin was not a city rich in horses, and he was surprised to see such a large number of horses at the port, So he asked, "What is the price of horses here?" 30 drachmas for a mare, 22 drachmas for a stallion. How can it be so cheap? Lysias was shocked. Originally, the price of horses in Turin was more than double the current price. But ever since the Brudi merged into Dionia, the Brudi people have provided a large number of pack horses to the Turin market, so the price of horses has naturally fallen. As Spirian spoke, he patted the butt of the pack horse, and the horse let out a gentle neigh. He said proudly, "Brudi horses are good horses, strong, good endurance, and good temperament. Now even the Lygium people have begun to buy horses from us, so the price will probably rise again in the future." As Spirian spoke, the carriage had already reached the exit of the port, waiting for the checkpoint sentries to check before they could pass. Originally, when Esocrates' ship entered the mouth of the Crati River, as long as he directly showed his identity as the envoy of Athens to the patrol ship, they did not need to enter the port at all. Instead, they would be led by the patrol ship to the port of Turin and directly into the Senate of Dionia. However, Esocrates had other considerations and did not do this. At this moment, he looked up at the towering city wall that stood in front of the carriage, firmly surrounding the huge port, and could not help but sigh. In the past, when Athens was strong, they also used the same city wall to protect the port of Piraeus, which brought endless wealth to Athens, all the way to Athens. Unfortunately, after the defeat of the Peloponnesus War, the Sparta people forced the people of Athens to dismantle the city wall, so this time Athens and the Thebes joined forces to fight against Sparta. The people were always uneasy, afraid that the Sparta people would rush through the isthmus, and then the completely unguarded port of Piraeus would be a piece of fat meat in the mouth of a hungry wolf. The citizens' assembly had proposed to rebuild the city walls several times, but this was a huge project, and in the current situation where the people of Athens were fully engaged in the war, there was no doubt that there were many difficulties, and in the end, it was shelved due to endless disputes. Chapter 376. After the carriage passed through the checkpoint, it drove directly north, passing through the east side of the port market. The shops on both sides and the crowded crowd did not attract the attention of Esocrates and Lysias. After understanding the bustle of the port of Turi, they also had a preliminary estimate of the market situation. But no matter how prosperous it was, how could it compare to the famous Agora market in Athens, which was famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea? It was the direction of the carriage that attracted Lysias' attention. "Hey, Turin is in the west. You are going north." "Don't worry," Spirian explained, "because if the carriage goes directly west, not only will it pass through the more crowded and longer market, but there is also the Temple of Hera and the Turin Arena not far from it. With the growing popularity of rugby and football, the arena in Turin is no longer enough." The year before last, the citizens of Turin collectively raised funds to build another arena outside the city. Because the arena in the city is the venue for the finals of the teams of Dionia, it is named the Grand Arena of Dionia, while the one outside the city is called the Turin Arena. It is now May, the most intense time of rugby. Because the new Turin champion is about to be selected to participate in the finals, many people go to watch every day. The roads will not only become crowded, but there may also be trouble. We would rather take the long way to the city of Turin. It will be much faster than going directly west. "I see." Lysias nodded. He had long heard about the popularity of a unique ball game in Dionia. However, he had experienced many ups and downs in his life, and he had been busy making a living. In addition, he was already old, so he was not too interested in this supposedly violent sport. But Esocrates' eyes lit up and said, "Can you tell us about this rugby game in Dionia?" Lysias looked at Esocrates in surprise, feeling that this was not in line with Esocrates' hobby, so there must be a deeper meaning. His words tickled Spirian's itch. He immediately talked about the origin and rules of rugby to the establishment of the Dionia Rugby Championship. Isocrates listened to Spirian's account of the history of rugby in Dionia as he watched the wagons turn into a new thoroughfare, the Via Ta, and then turn westward, which, except for the narrowness of the surface, had little difference in facilities from the Via Porto. In the short time since the passenger ship docked at the dock of Thurii and walked out of the port, he had discovered a characteristic of the people of Dionia. At worst, it is stuffy and stuffy. At best, it is orderly. The port was the most chaotic place in a city-state. The port of Tullidge was considered to be relatively prosperous. Surprisingly, there were very few noises, fights, and brawls. There were also very few scenes of loud talking and noise. This was impossible for the Athenians because they were always passionate, unrestrained, and proud. They liked to debate and boast about the history of the city. And listening to the porter, he realized that the people of Dionia liked this kind of wild and rough sport, which made him realize that there may be some kind of tyranny hidden in the seemingly introverted character of the people of Dionia. This is our first time in Thurii. Is there any interesting place here that is worth visiting? He suddenly interrupted. Lysias looked at him again. Worth visiting? Spirion was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. My two guests, you should not say that you are here for sightseeing in Thurii, but to enjoy the entertainment. There are too many things for you to play here. First of all, you must go to Kristoya's restaurant. It has the best food in all of Greece, and even the whole Mediterranean. Secondly, there's a big hot spring by the river Tyro in the west of the city. Take a good bath, so that you Greeks who don't like to bathe can feel the benefits of bathing. And, as I said just now, go to the Thurii Stadium to watch football and football games, but it is hard to say whether you can still buy tickets in this season. Also, you can go to the Thurii Hospital to find out the hidden diseases in your body. You should know that the medical skills of the Thurii doctors are very high because they are taught by the god of the underworld. Oh yes, I almost forgot. You must go to the Temple of Hades in the city to pray. That is the only residence of the king of the underworld Hades in the whole of Greece, and it is very magical. Every time I go there to worship and talk with the priest, I feel very relaxed when I come back, as if I have soaked in a hot spring bath. Isocrates and Lysias listened to Spirion's endless introduction of Thurii, and from time to time they exchanged glances. At this time, the truck had arrived near the north gate of Thurii, and in front of it stood a tall arch made of white marble. Lysias recalled some information about New Thurii that he had heard, and said uncertainly, Triumphal Arch. Yes, the Triumphal Arch. The second Triumphal Arch. Spirion said excitedly. This is the Triumphal Arch that was built the year before last. The victorious army will use this as the starting point to enter the city of Thurii and receive the cheers and inspection of the citizens of Dionia. That is the greatest glory in the life of every citizen who participated in the war. I participated once, and that was after the conquest of Britain. As a temporary light infantry, the 2,000 freedmen, we also sent some outstanding people to follow the army into the city. Oh, all the people of Dionia cheered for us. Beautiful girls kept throwing flowers to us, and our respected governor made a stirring speech. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. And it was after this triumphant parade that I got to know my beautiful wife. Spirion looked intoxicated. After a while, he sighed. It's a pity that it's been too quiet these few years. There's no war, and of course, there's no triumphs. Listening to what you said, you actually hope for a war? The sharp-eyed Socrates immediately asked. Of course, if there's no war, we can't participate in it. If we can't participate in the war, I can't shorten my inspection period and become an official citizen of Dionia as soon as possible. So I can't get a fertile land, Spirion blurted out without hesitation, and then he saw the strange expression of the two people, and immediately explained, but we Dionia people rarely take the initiative to invade others. It's always others who take the initiative to invade us that will lead to our counterattack. Obviously, Isocrates did not believe this porter's words, but a war will lead to death, and among them, there may be your friends or relatives. Lysias said in a warning tone, Of course I know, the priests of Hades once warned us. Nothing good is ever easy to obtain. We are not afraid of death, because this is the land blessed by Hades. If I die bravely in battle, my wife and children will receive generous compensation and care from the Alliance, and my soul will also return to the hall of Valhalla of Hades to protect our Alliance. Spirion's face had some calmness, some determination, and even a trace of longing, but there was no fear. This gave a great shock to Isocrates and Lysias. Triumphal arch, I'm coming. Spirion drove to the front of the triumphal arch and shouted excitedly, as if he was returning victorious. Isocrates frowned and looked up at the many reliefs on the arch, as well as the statue of the legion's flag on top, and Spirion's voice sounded in his ears. That sculpture is the scene of Sir Devers leading the legion to help Tarentum defeat the Mapu alliance. That is the scene of Legio III defeating the Lucanian rebels and recapturing Picassus. According to the propaganda of the Senate, the people believed that Picassus was once a Greek city, so it was recaptured, not attacked. There is also the scene of Sir Devers leading the army to conquer the Brute War, which I participated in. There's also a funny story about this relief. According to others, the Brute senators in the Senate had objected to the original Brute War being made into reliefs, thinking that it was not conducive to unity. But the Lucanian senators retorted, "We Lucanians have already been carved 3 times, and they didn't say anything. Why are you Brute people so anxious?" Haha, just like that, the matter of the Brute people's protest was left unsettled. Listening to Spirion's laughter and looking at the triumphal arch, Isocrates could not laugh at all. "Lysias, since you received your brother's letter and rushed to Athens, we haven't seen each other for nearly 20 years, right?" Kinagarata looked at Lysias, who was so old that he was almost unrecognizable, and said with emotion, "Yes, that year my father passed away, I rushed back to Athens to attend the funeral, and my brother's business was in trouble, so I had to stay to help him. Then, Athens suffered a series of crushing defeats in the war against Sparta, and 30 tyrants came to power. My brother was persecuted, and his property was taken away. Too many things have happened in these years, so much so that when my teacher passed away, I couldn't rush back to attend his funeral." Lysias' seemingly calm face could not conceal the regret and confusion contained in his low voice, as well as some tiredness. "We all know about what happened to you. At that time, Thurii was also in trouble, so we couldn't help you. It's just that my teacher kept muttering your name before he died, because you were his proudest disciple." As Kinagrata spoke, he saw tears glistening in Lysias' eyes, so he changed the topic and jokingly said, "Did you make a fortune in Athens recently, giving away 4 or 5 of these precious black painted amphorae from Athens?" Chapter 377. Then Lysias said seriously, "This time, Athens sent Esocrates as an envoy to Dionia. He knew that I had stayed here for many years, so he invited me to accompany him to Thurii." "You mean Athens sent you as an envoy to Dionia?" Kinagarata was surprised. Obviously, he did not receive any news beforehand, and thought that Lysias had come from Athens to visit his old classmate. "You know, my father is not a citizen of Athens, so even though I have lived in Athens for many years, I can't become a citizen of Athens, so it's impossible for me to become an envoy. I can only assist Esocrates." Lysias did not understand the reason for Kinagarata's surprise, and deliberately explained it, obviously a little resentful. "If that's the case, you should take these vases back. I can't accept them." Kinagarata immediately refused. "Why?" Lysias was very surprised. Previously, the public trial of the traitors in Thurii caused a big commotion. I believe you have heard about it. Seeing Lysias nod, Kinagarata said firmly, "I don't want to become the second Polixus, but Athens just wants to express its goodwill to the Dionia alliance, and at the same time, conclude an alliance treaty." Lysias said anxiously, "Now that Athens is at war with Sparta, who is this alliance treaty against?" As a political veteran, Kinagarata immediately guessed the motive of Athens. Sparta? No, Dionia does not have the strength to face the wrath of the Greek overlord. Sparta's staunch ally, Syracuse? Unfortunately, we had just signed a friendship treaty with Syracuse. Kinagarata's words left Lysias at a loss. He was different from Isocrates. Although he lived in Athens, he was not a citizen of Athens and had been excluded from political life all year round. He did not have much political experience. Even when it came to defending in court, because he was not a citizen of Athens, he he could not go on the court to defend others. He could only go through careful preparation and planning before writing a speech for others. After being like this for so many years, he lacked a bit of quick-wittedness. Thus, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Cunagharata sighed. Take these Athens pottery back first. Since the envoy from Athens had come from afar, the Dionia alliance certainly had to meet him. I will make a proposal to the Senate tomorrow. Let the emissary from Athens get ready. That's good, that's good. Lysias heaved a sigh of relief. Lysias. Cunagharata stared at her and suddenly asked, You used to be a citizen of Turin. Have you ever thought of returning to Turin and becoming a citizen of Dionia? Lysias was stunned. In Athens, you are a foreigner. Even if you have great talent, there is no bigger stage for you to display it. And when you return to Turin, Cunagharata said, then changed the topic. Do you know Ansetanos? Cunagharata's words made Lysias a little uneasy. He murmured, Yes, I know. He is a student of Herodotus. We often met when we were young. Our consul Devers once proposed the establishment of a Dionia Academy in Turin. All the outstanding scholars of the Alliance are gathered in the academy. Whether it is mathematics, medicine, literature, or rhetoric, they will enjoy the special salary given by the Alliance. They can continue to do their own research with peace of mind while teaching their academics and theories to outstanding students. Their reputation will spread throughout Greece and even the Mediterranean. Cunagharata saw that Lysias was listening carefully, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the academy, there's a branch dedicated to teaching students literature. Ansetanos is not only a senator of the Senate, but also the dean of the Faculty of Literature. While teaching rhetoric, he also writes his history book. For this reason, he has recruited more than a dozen students and imparted knowledge. The Senate also specially allocated funds for him to hire some people to search for information throughout Greece for him to write his book. But I think although Ansetanos is unparalleled in historical research, literary rhetoric is not his strong point, which is exactly what you're good at. I heard that in Athens, many people took your litigation speeches and copied them as models. If you can stay in Dionia, our Lord Divers, who loves talents as much as his own life, will definitely request the Senate to grant you special permission to become a citizen of Dionia. You will also be the supervisor of the Faculty of Arts, teaching students and writing books. Your name will be as famous as that of Ansetanos in Great Greece. With Cunagharata's understanding of the Devers, he dared to make such a promise. And these words were like a stone that smashed into Lysias' heart, splashing countless ripples and splashing countless waves. Divers skimmed through the information that Ansetanos had given him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There's also a great altar of Hercules in the city of Rome. Are you sure? Yes, my lord. This great altar is near the livestock market in Rome. At first, we got it from the Capua merchants who traded with Picassus and sent someone to confirm it. My lord, you should know that Hercules once stole the cattle of Geryon and traveled a long distance to bring them back to King Orestius. Therefore, many races in the Western Mediterranean who live on livestock worship Hercules as the patron god of livestock. Ansetanos did not think that it was a great thing for Rome to worship Hercules. On the contrary, he could not stop talking about the topic of Hercules. In fact, the study of Hercules' activities in the Western Mediterranean was a special task given to Ansetanos by the Devers. After conquering the Bruttii, the Devers discovered a strange phenomenon. There were many altars and statues of Hercules in the Bruttii area, and the Bruttii even claimed to be the descendants of Hercules because their ancestor, Brutus, was the son of the hero Hercules and their queen, Valentia. This statement surprised the Devers. An alien race claimed to be the descendants of a famous Greek god. This made the Dionia alliance find a common ground to assimilate the Bruttii because they were all of the same race. However, at the same time, this also made the Devers pay attention to Hercules, the god of strength in Greek mythology. What they learned from Ansetanos and others made them realize that Hercules was very famous in the Western Mediterranean. Legend has it that half of the 12 great feats he completed happened in the Western Mediterranean. This alien among the Greek gods spent most of his time wandering in the Western Mediterranean. He went to Sicily, traveled north through Italy, crossed Gaul, and came to the Iberian Peninsula. Before stealing the golden apples from the Garden of Hesperides, the 11th great feats, he used his divine power to split the Atlas Mountains into two, thus connecting the Atlantic Ocean and the Western Mediterranean Sea. This was the origin of the Pillars of Hercules in the Greek people. The furthest Hercules went was the mysterious island of Erythrea in the Atlantic Ocean, the westernmost point of the world. He killed Geryon and stole the herd of cattle. Then, he drove the herd of cattle through Western Europe and finally returned to Greece. In the story of his adventures, because his heroic deeds were widely spread, he gained the love and recognition of many people of different races. In many places in the Western Mediterranean, there were legends that he had many children with the noble women of the local races, and the Brudi were just one of them. The Devers picked up the research material again and read it carefully. Ansetanos was not in a hurry at all. He leaned back in his chair leisurely, closed his eyes, and began to think about the history book he was going to write. After a long time, the Devers closed the book and put the material on the wooden table. He rubbed his tired eyes and asked, "Lord Ansetanos, as a historian, what do you see after you erase the dust of the myths and legends that you have collected?" Ansetanos opened his eyes. The Devers' question was quite interesting, but wasn't this what a historian was good at? He thought for a while and said, "What I see is the strong attraction of the elegant culture of Greece to the mountain races that are still in the stage of ignorance. They all want to have a relationship with Greece to show that their origins are not barbaric. Yes, this is what we want to see. It seems that we need to build a magnificent temple of Hercules in Tellii and hold a celebration for him every year to increase the recognition of Dionia among the aliens." Divers nodded slightly and said, "Looks like we need to build a magnificent temple of Hercules in Tellii and hold a celebration for him every year to increase the recognition of Dionia among the aliens." "Lord, your decision is very wise," Ansetanos complimented. But the Devers picked up the material on the table and changed the topic. "Lord Ansetanos, you have only seen the surface meaning of this material. You have yet to discover the deeper meaning." "There's a deeper meaning?" Ansetanos looked at the Devers suspiciously. He had read the material many times before handing it to the Devers. "Look at this." The Devers turned to a page and read aloud. "When Hercules was driving his cattle back to Greece, a lost bull swam across the Strait of Messina and came to a place called Lux in Sicily, where it was kept by a local ruler. When Hercules found out, he killed the ruler, took back the bull, and agreed to return the land to the oppressed indigenous people. He made a promise that once his descendants appeared in Sicily, the indigenous people would have to return the land to them." Chapter 378. The rest of the information is interesting. Devers revealed a sarcastic smile. A few decades ago, Dorius of the Sparta royal family, remember him? He was the elder brother of the famous king of Sparta, Cleomenes. After losing the fight for the throne with his younger brother, Cleomenes expelled him from Sparta on the grounds that he was sent to colonize the Western Mediterranean Sea, and his people came to Sicily with the excuse that he was a direct descendant of Hercules. He asked the Alux people to return their land. The Alux people refused, so he led his troops to drive away the indigenous people and built a colonial city near Alux. But at that time, Alux had begun to become the religious center of the Carthage people in Sicily. Of course, the Carthage people would not let the foreigners occupy their core area, so they led their army to counterattack. Dorius and most of his people died in the battle. This is from Herodotus' history, so it should be true. Ansetanos was quite familiar with these historical events that happened in the Western Mediterranean Sea. Look at this one. It's still the unlucky prince of Sparta, Dorius. It should be that before he went to Sicily, he tried to build a colonial city on the coast of Libya, west of Cyrenaica, in the Carthage's sphere of influence. The reason was that Hercules had killed the giant Antaeus in Africa, but he was expelled by the Carthage people. There are more similar cases in this information. Lord Ansetanos, as a historian, if you put aside your identity as a Greek and stand in a neutral position to analyze this information, you may be able to find the problem. Devers reminded him softly, "Put aside my identity as a Greek and stand in a neutral position." Ansetanos muttered softly, as if he had understood something. He took the information and began to read again. Gradually, his eyes lit up. "I understand. I understand. The activities of Hercules in the Western Mediterranean Sea have provided us Greeks with a reasonable proof of colonization in the Western Mediterranean Sea." Devers smiled. It should be said that in ancient times, Hercules was the first hero among us Greeks to explore the Western Mediterranean Sea. Putting together all the stories about him and looking at his itinerary in the Western Mediterranean, many of the routes were repetitive, unreasonable, and unnecessary. Some of the stories were real, of course. Divers could not deny the existence of Hercules, because that would mean denying his identity as a god's chosen one. And some might have been fabricated by the later generations of Greeks to provide moral support for them to occupy other people's land and build a colonial city. Divers pointed to the book and said, "So the former Komai people even did not hesitate to bring the skin of the giant boar that Hercules killed from the Peloponnese to Italy and solemnly stored it in the temple of Apollo in Komai to justify the Komai people's occupation of this land." There are actually several versions of the battle between Hercules and the giants, one of which happened in Great Greece. And this Hercules god has left many legends in the land controlled by the Carthaginians. I can only say that the Greeks who were eager to find a new home in the Western Mediterranean were very bold. They even dared to target the Carthaginians. Divers pointed to the book and said, "So the former Komai people even did not hesitate to bring the skin of the giant boar that Hercules killed from the Peloponnese to Italy and solemnly stored it in the temple of Apollo in Komai to justify the Komai people's occupation of this land." There are actually several versions of the battle between Hercules and the giants, one of which happened in Great Greece. And this Hercules god left many legends in the land controlled by the Carthaginians. I can only say that the Greeks who were eager to find a new home in the Western Mediterranean were very bold. They even dared to target the Carthaginians. At this moment, Ansetaros was immersed in joy. "My lord, thank you for your reminder. I finally understand what Thucydides said. Stand in a neutral position and write the true history with an impartial attitude. That wonderful feeling. You should be able to do better than him. Once you get rid of the barriers between countries and races, you will stand in a higher position to look at history. I believe you will write a great work." Devers' encouragement made Ansetaros a little embarrassed. "My lord, I feel that there's still a gap between me and Thucydides." Devers did not continue to discuss this issue with him. Instead, they talked about another issue. "Before you came, Kinagarata came. He told me that the emissary from Athens came and visited him." "The emissary from Athens came to Turii?" Ansetaros was a little surprised. Then he thought of something and asked, "Are they looking for allies for the anti-Sparta alliance?" "I think so," Devers said. "Kinagarata also mentioned that there's a person in the emissary from Athens that you are familiar with." "Who?" Ansetaros' heart skipped a beat. "Lysias." Devers looked at him and said slowly, "Kinagarata told me that he is a very talented person. However, because he is not a citizen of Athens, he is not living a good life in Athens. He hopes that I can try my best to keep him. What do you think?" "Keep him. Of course, keep him," Ansetaros said excitedly. "When I was young, I often met him. I know that he is extremely talented in prose, rhetoric, and speeches. His articles are natural and not boring. Although they are simple, they are not lacking in interest. It is very easy to resonate with the people. I still have 3 articles he wrote when he was young at home. I often take them out to study the writing techniques and rhetoric in them. If he can stay, I suggest that he be the dean of the Faculty of Arts. That is the most suitable place for him to display his talents." Upon hearing this, Devers praised Ansetaros in his heart. He did not have the slightest bit of jealousy or slander towards Lysias' talent. Instead, he praised Lysias unreservedly and even took the initiative to give way to Lysias. This kind of modesty of a true scholar made Devers feel deep respect. At the same time, He also felt ashamed of his obscure probing just now. He coughed lightly and said, I will leave the task of keeping Lysias to stay to you. I can promise here that as long as he is willing to stay, I will immediately propose to the Senate to ask for the identity of a citizen of Dionia, a share of land, and become the dean of the Faculty of Arts of the Academy of Dionia. I will do my best to keep him here. Ancitaros also made a promise without hesitation. If the Dionia alliance wants to become the center of the Western Mediterranean Sea, it is not enough to only have a strong military force. It also needs a glorious culture. Only then can the races that have just broken away from ignorance admire us, and the other city-states worship us. Devers set the tone for the retention this time. Sir, you are right. Only a city-state with a glorious civilization can survive through the years without being forgotten. Ancitaros, who was familiar with the history, praised sincerely. In addition, the messenger from Athens this time is called Esocrates. Are you familiar with him? Devers asked again. Esocrates. He is a student of Protagoras, the sage of Athens. Ancitaros exclaimed, Of course I know him. He is a rhetorical genius that is not inferior to Lysias. Not only is he very accomplished in rhetoric and oratory, but he is also very experienced in teaching students. Many young people from the city-states come to Athens to worship him as a teacher. What's going on today? 2 scholars of Greek literature and language have come to Thurii at the same time. Ancitaros looked excited. Is it possible to give him Daves asked hastily. That's impossible. Ancitaros shook his head and said, Esocrates is a citizen of Athens. It is said that he often preaches that the Greeks, especially the people of Athens, are superior to other races in his speeches to the young people. So it is almost impossible for him to stay in our alliance where all races are integrated, Devers sighed regretfully. Although he did not have a detailed understanding of Greek history in his previous life, he was familiar with the names of the 2 ancient Athens orators, Lysias and Esocrates. After all, he studied at the University of Political Science and Law. When he talked about ancient times in the course of Western legal history, he could not avoid the names of these 2 people. It's fine if I can get one of them. He thought expectantly. The next day, Esocrates, who had learned the general attitude of the Senate of Dionia from Lysias, came to the Senate of Dionia with great enthusiasm and made meticulous preparations. It was a magnificent hall that could accommodate thousands of people. However, there were less than 100 senators sitting leisurely here, so it seemed very empty. If Esocrates had not seriously understood the Dionia alliance, he would probably have laughed at the waste and blind vanity of the people of Dionia when he saw this scene. But after staying in the city of Thurii for more than a day, watching ball games, tasting Thurii delicacies, worshipping the shrine of Hades, visiting the Dionia Academy with Lysias under the guidance of Ancitaros, and even disguised as an ordinary citizen, sneaking into the tavern and chatting with the people of Dionia, he had some understanding of the Dionia alliance and the composition of the Senate. So when he saw the number of senators in the hall was so small, he did not feel funny. Instead, he felt a chill in his heart because he seemed to understand the ambition of Dionia. He quickly suppressed this annoying thought in his heart so that he could focus all his energy on the next speech. At this moment, he felt someone staring at him. It was a penetrating gaze. He followed the gaze and saw a young man sitting in the front row directly facing the center. The young man turned his head to look at him and gave him a gentle smile. Chapter 379. Esocrates could not help but look at him a few more times. The rotating chairman, Scombras, knocked on the table with a mallet, and today's meeting officially began. Scombras then announced loudly, There is only one topic for today. The envoy from Athens has come to Thurii. Let's hear their request. Some of the senators who had not received the news in advance immediately became excited when they heard this. The great city-state known throughout the Mediterranean, Athens, has actually sent an envoy to our Dionia Union. Esocrates walked to the front stage under the curious gazes of the crowd. He stood calmly in front of the crowd, then gracefully and steadily bowed to the crowd. After straightening his body and puffing out his chest, he began his speech, Respected senators of Dionia, I am Esocrates, the envoy from Athens. This is the first time I have set foot on the land of Thurii, but I feel very close to it. 50 years ago, the great general of Athens, Pericles, reached out to the displaced Sybaris and promised to rebuild a new city for them. This city would carry on the ideal that General Pericles had been pursuing all his life, that all Greeks could live together peacefully and amicably, regardless of region or race. Greeks can actually be subdivided into many races, and Greek is just a broad term and concept. For this, he not only mobilized Athens, but also the whole of Greece. The whole of Greece began to move for the establishment of a beautiful pan-Greek city-state. Of course, the people of Athens contributed the most. Not only did we use the gold and silver from the treasury of Athens to purchase materials such as stone and food for the new city, General Pericles also invited the great Greek architect Hippodamos to preside over the construction and planning of the new city. He also sent two outstanding generals of Athens, Lucian and Xenocritus, to manage the new city. He also invited my teacher, the wise Protagoras, to formulate laws for Thurii. The historian Herodotus and the rhetorician Tisias settled here to plant the seeds of Greek culture and wisdom for the immigrants. With the help of such a powerful force, Tali became the brightest jewel in Greece as soon as it was built. However, the people of Athens returned to the eastern Mediterranean without asking for anything in return, leaving the newborn baby of Thurii to grow up independently. Esocrates had aspired to be a public speaker since he was a child. However, when he grew up, his voice was hoarse. In Athens, where public speaking was prevalent and demanding, this was almost a fatal flaw. Therefore, he rarely used his speaking talent on large formal occasions and could only helplessly turn to teaching rhetoric and oratory. Today was a rare occasion for him to speak in public, so he was very emotional. The Dionians did not pay much attention to speeches. Instead, they felt that his emotions were infused into his hoarse voice, which had a unique appeal. In particular, the senators like Lucania and Brutty did not know much about this part of history, so they listened with great interest. Kinigra, Buckos, and Devers, who knew the inside story, knew very well that Athens was not as noble as Esocrates said. Out of gratitude to Athens and the majority of immigrants from Athens, Thurii's political situation had been dominated by the descendants of Athens for the first few decades. However, it was true that Athens did not forcefully turn Thurii into a member of the Delian League or a subsidiary state of Athens, nor did they make any overly forceful demands on Thurii. This was also a fact. Today, when I set foot on this land that the people of Athens once poured their heart and soul into, I was surprised to find that General Pericles' original dream had been realized. It should be said that today's Thurii has exceeded his expectations. Here, not only do immigrants from various Greek city-states live together peacefully, but even other races get along well with the Greeks. When Esocrates said this, he felt a little uncomfortable, but his voice was full of emotion. The magical city-state alliance of Dionia has shown a beautiful prospect of peace for the Mediterranean Sea world, which is plagued by ethnic conflicts and wars. For this, I would like to pay my highest respect to all of you who have led the people, worked hard, and achieved this grand goal. As he said this, he bent down and bowed slowly and respectfully. Cornelius, Scambras, Buckos, Vespa, Hemont, Bagalipi, Sidorum, and other senators were moved by his sincere words. Even the shrewd senators like Kunigarata and Marigi were moved. Although Devers knew from Ansitanos that Esocrates was a supremacist of Athens, these words were not his original intention, but to gain the favor of the senators in order to achieve a certain goal. But out of politeness, he still led the senators to stand up and applaud enthusiastically as a response. Esocrates did not show a trace of complacency on his face. He calmly waited for the applause to weaken, and then said, "Because of the unique friendship between Athens and Thurii, both sides will lend a helping hand and do their best to help each other in times of difficulty." Shortly after the founding of Thurii, it was Athens who helped Thurii resolve the threat of Crotone and signed a peace agreement with Crotone on behalf of Thurii. It was also with the help of Athens that Thurii defeated Tarentum on the Ceres plain and reached a reconciliation with Tarentum. When the war between Athens and Sparta broke out, they sent an army to conquer Syracuse. When they passed through the Greek city-states, only Thurii offered sincere help and sent troops to help. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. A few years ago, Athens and Thurii both suffered a catastrophe. During the War of Peloponnesus, the Attica region of Athens was completely turned into ruins and had not been fully restored to this day. The city of Athens was occupied by Sparta and supported a group of tyrants who hated democracy and advocated dictatorship. These tyrants ignored the law, wantonly harmed citizens, and robbed property. The freedom-loving people of Athens fled and suffered the pain of being uprooted from their homes. On the other hand, Thurii also suffered the tyranny of power. The Crotone plotted and caused Thurii to fall. The city of Thurii, which was built with the sweat and blood of the people of Athens and Thurii, was completely burned down and countless people died in the fire. When this shocking news reached Athens, the whole city fell silent. Many people who had good memories and feelings for Thurii shed tears, including my deputy, Lysias. Esocrates was full of emotion and sorrow. Many of the elders were touched and became solemn. Fortunately, the people of Athens and Dionia stood up bravely after the huge blow. We wiped away our tears, buried our loved ones, and rebuilt our homes with our hands. The past is gone, but it cannot be forgotten. Today, the Greek world is still not peaceful. Power runs amok and bullies the weak. Sparta is in the east, and Syracuse is in the west. They are all coveting their fellow Greeks with greed and ferocity, just like hungry wolves drooling over fat sheep. The weak sheep must unite to deter the powerful wolves and avoid a repeat of annihilation. This is the main reason why I'm here. We, Athens, stretch out our hand from the east and want to hold the hand of our former brother to leave from the west. We want to connect Greece and Greater Greece as a bridge. Not only do we strengthen trade and cultural exchanges, we want to bring more benefits to the lives of the people of both sides. We also want to reach an alliance and cooperate with each other in military affairs so that we can tightly protect the precious freedom and rights that were once taken away from us, and now we especially cherish them. When Esocrates finished his speech, the hall fell silent. The Devers could not help but admire the Athens orator for making the alliance sound so euphemistic and provocative. He even ignored the fact that Thurii had once expelled the descendants of Athens, not to mention the fact that Athens had formed the Delian alliance and suppressed many of its allies who opposed it. He put Athens and Thurii in the position of victims, trying to resonate with the elders. However, Esocrates forgot one thing. This was Dionia. The place where he gave his speech was not the citizens' assembly. Any decisions and affairs in Dionia were not decided by the citizens' assembly, but by the elders of the Senate, led by the Devers. These elders were either veterans who had been in politics for many years, capable people who could handle complicated affairs, or leaders who had been in charge of the lives of thousands of people. They were the elites of the Dionia alliance. Of course, they would not make decisions based on impulse like ordinary citizens. Perhaps they could be moved for a while, but when it came to making decisions related to the future of the alliance, they would definitely consider the problem from the perspective of interests. When Esocrates was invited out of the hall, several former Briti leaders, such as Peteru, Bergum, and others stood up to express their support, to form an alliance with Athens to fight against Sparta and Syracuse together. In fact, this was not their original intention. Previously, when Polixus and the others were sentenced and denounced as traitors by the whole of Dionia, the voices of the people were completely discredited. Although Peteru and the other elders who had supported their request to hold the citizens' assembly were safe and sound because they were not involved in these matters, they still felt uneasy and wanted to use this opportunity to express their innocence and determination. The other elders were basically against forming an alliance with Athens to fight against Sparta and Syracuse. Although they had already felt the ambition of Dionysius during the trial of Polixus, The difference in strength between Dionia and Syracuse made them unwilling to take the initiative to provoke the Greek overlord of the Western Mediterranean. Moreover, Syracuse had already signed a friendly agreement with Dionia. Chapter 380. Esocrates was anxiously waiting for the final decision of the Senate of Dionia in a spacious lounge in the council hall. Soon, the guards came in and asked him to go to the venue. When he walked into the venue, he found the Devers of Dionia standing in the middle of the hall. The Devers smiled at him and gestured for him to sit down. Then the Devers smiled and said to him, "Honorable envoy of Athens, I am glad that you have brought the friendship of the great Mediterranean city-state of Athens to the union of Dionia. You have made us, who live in a remote corner of the Greek world, stop lamenting ourselves." In the new play by the Athens playwright Aristophanes, the people of Dionia are treated as barbarians for the entertainment of the people of Athens. As soon as these words came out, Esocrates cried out in his heart, "This is bad." Sure enough, he heard someone shouting angrily behind him, "What right does the people of Athens have to humiliate us Lacanians?" They're not only humiliating the Lacanians, they are humiliating all the citizens of Dionia. Another person shouted angrily, "If the people of Athens all have such an attitude towards us, then we don't welcome the people of Athens here." One angry voice after another smashed at Esocrates, who was sitting in front of him, making him feel as if there was a volcano that was about to erupt behind him. His expression changed a little. Seeing his embarrassment, the Devers continued, "Esocrates, you said that the friendship between Athens and Dionia is deep, but this can't just be said verbally. We need to see actual actions. Now, according to our understanding of the actual situation in Athens, we can't see the friendship between the people of Athens and Dionia. All we see is the people of Athens mercilessly ridiculing and sarcastic remarks about some of the characteristics of a new city-state alliance that is different from other Greek city-states. It can even become a topic of conversation in restaurants in Athens for several months. This is not the behavior of a city-state that once claimed to be the best school in all of Greece and had a long history and tradition. This was not the behavior of a city-state that claimed to have deep feelings for Dionia and wanted to form an alliance with it. Therefore, the citizens of Dionia would never trust their backs to a city-state that discriminated against them in the face of a strong enemy. Therefore, I think it is still too early to talk about forming a military alliance. Damned Aristophanes! Damned Aristophanes! No matter how many times Esocrates cursed in his heart, he could not change the fact that the alliance had failed. He was so depressed that he wanted to stand up and make one last effort. The Devers in front of him waved at him, motioning him not to interrupt, and then said, "Although the current tourists are no longer the tourists of the past, and the Dionia alliance has no connection with Athens, the Dionia are not an ungrateful race. We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. We will return the enmity of others tenfold, and repay the kindness of others tenfold. The Archon is right. Tarentum had formed an alliance with us when we were in trouble, so we sent a large army to save their city-state. The tourists had given your mercenaries a foothold in the beginning, so in the face of the Crotone army, we did not give in. Instead, we used a great victory to avenge the death of the tourists. Dionia regards commitment as life and cherishes friendship. Therefore, friendship cannot be easily granted." The old man, Scambras, shook his white beard, held his head high, and squinted at Esocrates, putting on an arrogant expression that said, "The friendship of Dionia is extremely precious, and you have benefited from it." The Devers smiled and continued, "Since the center of the Dionia alliance is in Turis, we have naturally inherited some of the feelings of the former tourist people. We are willing to be friendly with Athens, strengthen exchanges, and eliminate misunderstandings between each other." When Esocrates heard this, he understood the meaning of the Devers and the other senators of the Senate. In addition to the military alliance, Dionia was willing to be friendly with Athens. Strengthening trade and cultural exchanges seemed to be not much different from the core meaning of his previous speech. But Esocrates understood that the difference was obvious. If Esocrates initially talked about cooperation as a big brother of Athens, Now the Dionia people trampled on the elegance and nobility in his bones. Instead, they told him that the friendship of Dionia was extremely precious, and they could give some to Athens, but it depended on the performance of Athens to be able to sit in the position of consul and single-handedly create today's Dionia. This young man was not simple. Esocrates looked at the Devers in front of him and felt the pressure. While Esocrates was giving a speech in the Senate of Dionia, Ansitanos took Lysias to the north side of the Victory Square. There was a newly built building here that looked like a temple. Under the steps were 9 bronze statues of the Muses, lined up in a row. Is this the Temple of Apollo? Lysias looked at Ansitanos doubtfully. Ansitanos still had a mysterious smile on his face, but he did not speak. With growing curiosity, Lysias walked up the steps and finally found a few large letters library on the lintel of the entrance of the temple. Lysias could roughly guess the function of this building, but such a large building was only used to store books? Were there so many books? He looked at Ansitanos doubtfully again, hoping that he could explain. This is the library that our consul Devers took the lead in building with donations. Ansitanos proudly pointed at the few words and said, he once said, books are the jewels of human wisdom. Whether it's Persia, Egypt, Carthage, or even earlier Sumer, Hittite, Assyria, the history and civilization they created ultimately converged on words and books. They are the commonwealth of us humans, the ladder for us to get rid of ignorance and move towards a more brilliant civilization. So we must do everything we can to collect them, protect them. If these treasures are destroyed by war and disasters, it will be the most painful loss for us humans. But not only do we want to collect books, but we also want to share and read these books with more people, so that the people of Dionia can use knowledge to improve themselves, use knowledge to create wealth, use knowledge to create a more brilliant culture. This is the purpose of building a library. After listening, Lysias was fascinated and murmured, a person who can speak such a great language must be a great person. Ansitanos smiled to himself. Quick, bring me in to take a look. Lysias couldn't wait to go in, but was stopped by the guard at the door. This is my friend. He came with me and wants to go in to take a look. Ansitanos hurriedly went forward to explain. Yes, Sir Ansitanos. The guard bowed respectfully. A place where knowledge is stored actually has martial arts. Lysias said angrily as he walked in. Books are precious and fragile. A fire can destroy them all. Of course, someone needs to protect them to prevent accidents, Ansitanos explained. Lysias expressed his understanding. After calming down, he said, it seems that not anyone can enter this place. Only citizens and prospective citizens of Dionia can enter. In this way, the freedmen of Dionia will have another motivation to become citizens. After staying here for nearly 2 days, Lysias understood the disparity between the rights enjoyed by citizens, prospective citizens, and freedmen of Dionia. However, this disparity wasn't insurmountable, unlike in Athens. No matter how hard the people of Athens worked, they couldn't bridge the gap between the people of Athens and the foreigners. There are probably 40 to 50,000 citizens of Dionia in Thurii. If they all enter this library, can accommodate them? Lysias asked doubtfully. We've already considered your concerns. First of all, the quality of the citizens of Dionia hasn't reached the level where everyone can read. Secondly, they can't be here at the same time. Even if there are too many citizens who want to enter the library has a limit on the number of people who can enter it. However, it seems that this situation will only happen many years later. By that time, Dionia might already have a second, third, or fourth library. Ansitanos' words were brimming with confidence in his alliance. Lysias fell silent, but soon he was attracted by the scene in front of him. Rows of tall wooden cabinets were placed neatly in the library, cutting the huge space into a walkway that could only allow 3 to 4 people to pass side by side. Every wooden cabinet was open, divided into small rectangular spaces by wooden planks. Inside the cabinets were scrolls of books or information made of papyrus or parchment. In front of these bookcases, there was an area with many wooden tables. There were only a few people sitting there quietly reading. Lysias, who was a book addict, stared blankly and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are actually so many books." Actually, there aren't many. Most of the bookcases at the back are empty. After all, the library has only been built for less than 20 days. Ansetanos said with some emotion, "Sir Devers once called on the citizens of Dionia to take out their own books and let the library make a copy of them and store them here. They also wanted to engrave the names of the citizens who contributed the books. At that time, there were so many citizens who responded to the call that the library scribes were too busy." Looking in the direction of Ansetanos' finger, Lysias saw a few stone tablets erected on the left side of the library entrance. He had been focused on the front previously and had actually neglected them. The stone tablets were densely engraved with names. Chapter 381. Yes, this is the original manuscript of Herodotus' history, as well as the diary and information he recorded during his travels. When Tali was burned down, his family didn't take anything with them. They only took these precious documents and escaped from the fire. Now, they have donated all of them to the library. Ansetanos exclaimed excitedly, Can I have a look?" Lysias had never begged anyone when he was in Athens, even though his family was poor. But now he looked at Ansetanos eagerly. Ansetanos shook his head. "I'm sorry, Lysias. The original manuscript of Herodotus' history and materials are the most precious treasures of Dionia. Precious materials like this are stored upstairs and guarded by special people." Ansetanos pointed to the second floor of the library. Only the senators of the Senate and scholars of the Dionia Academy are allowed to access the precious and confidential materials due to their duties and research needs. They are not allowed to take the books out. If you join Dionia, you will become the Dean of the Faculty of Arts according to Lord Devers' promise. Then it will be easy for you to access any books and materials in the library. Lysias stood there, his expression changing. Although he had only stayed in Dionia for about 2 days, he was greatly shocked. This short-lived city-state alliance was not only full of vitality and rapid development, but also attached great importance to knowledge and culture. It had formulated many systems and built many facilities to highlight its importance and ensure its development and inheritance. For example, the Dionia Academy, the Pantheon, and the newly built library. Even Athens, with its splendid culture, did not have such systems and facilities, nor did Dionia put so much respect for knowledge and scholars. This was a paradise for scholars. Lysias thought about it and finally made up his mind. "After I return to Athens, I will discuss with my family and decide when to come to Turin." "That's great." Ansetanos was overjoyed. He stepped forward and put his hand on Lysias' shoulder. "Lord Devers will be very happy to know that Dionia has another famous scholar in Greece. Believe me, you will only be better off in Dionia than in Athens." "Chill." The librarian poked his head out from behind the registration desk and made a shushing gesture. Ansetanos nodded apologetically. At this moment, Lysias said with a complicated expression, "Ansetanos, as far as I know, you're the Dean of the Faculty of Arts. Studying history is what I'm interested in. The only reason I reluctantly agreed to the administrator's request to be in charge of the Faculty of Liberal Arts was because there really wasn't anyone qualified at the time. This had already wasted too much time that I should have spent on writing books. Now that there's someone who's better than me and has more literary attainments than me, I'm more than happy." Ansetanos blurted out a bunch of words without hesitation. "Thank you, my friend." Lysias smiled and bowed to Ansetanos. He had finally made a decision. His heart suddenly became abnormally relaxed. He looked at the countless rows of bookcases in front of him that extended to the depths of the hall. The air was filled with the strange fragrance of wood and paper. He took a deep breath and was a little intoxicated. He would spend the rest of his life here. "Ansetanos, if it's convenient, please take me to meet the favored you speak of, the undefeated General Devers. I want to see how great a person is who founded the Dionia Academy and built the library." His eyes were full of curiosity and yearning. When a ship of the Carthage messengers sailed into the circular military port of Carthage that was famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea, and when the messengers came out of the port, the people of Carthage swarmed up and surrounded them to learn about the negotiations. When the people of Carthage learned that the peace agreement had been signed, and that Carthage only needed to pay a certain amount of food and gold, they could continue to own several cities, including Lillibere, Eryx, and a small part of the west of Sicily. Many people cheered, and some shed tears. The Sicilian War lasted for several years. Not only did Carthage spend a lot of money, but thousands of people also died in this long and cruel war. This was especially so during the first battle with Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. The army led by Sophie Simmer won a great victory at the beginning, and even attacked the city of Syracuse. However, due to the outbreak of the plague, their strength was greatly reduced, and in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. Only a dozen or so ships were left struggling to sail back to the port. At that time, the people of Carthage who heard of this tragic situation gathered at the port to inquire about the news of their loved ones. When they learned that 50 to 60,000 soldiers, not including mercenaries, had either died in Sicily or were captured, the cries and screams of the bereaved rang through the entire coastline. That was the darkest day of Carthage, and the whole city fell into grief. The people wore black veils, closed their doors, refused visitors, stopped commercial activities, and closed the temples correspondingly. In the political circles of Carthage, the aristocrats of the aristocrats came from Carthage's mother state, the tier royal family of the Phoenician city, the Maganid family, which had monopolized the political circles of Carthage for nearly 200 years, and their ruling position was finally threatened. 70 years ago, after the defeat of the Carthage army organized by the patriarch of the Maganid family, Hamilcar, and the tyrant of Syracuse, Dylan, in the Battle of Himera, the name of the Maganid family was once again associated with the failure of the overseas expedition. This time, the situation was even more serious. The army of Carthage was almost completely annihilated, and Simmer did not die on the battlefield like his ancestors. Instead, he abandoned his comrades and soldiers and fled back alone. According to the laws of Carthage, such an act of desertion should have been punished by crucifixion. Since the Maganid family had a king-like status in the city of Carthage, the patriarch of the Maganid family was temporarily exempted from the criminal law. But the storm was not over. The elites of Carthage, who had long been dissatisfied with the Maganid family, used the grief and anger of the citizens to promote the reform of the system. Simmer, the loser who had humiliated his family, realized that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Maganid family. So he wore cheap and shabby linen robes every day and wandered around the main temple of Carthage's Melicat, complaining to God of his blasphemy, praying to God to punish him, hoping to redeem something in this way. But in the end, the pressure of the situation and the ridicule and humiliation of the citizens finally caused him to have a mental breakdown. Half a year later, he locked himself in his home and committed suicide. This public act of atonement was still not enough to guarantee the power of the Maganid family. Not long after, a new political organization of Carthage was established, the 104-member court. This was an organization formed by members of the noble class. Its responsibility was to supervise the actions of the officials and military officers of Carthage. At the same time, it also had the responsibility of the High Court. However, no one from the Maganid family was elected to this organization. In order to revive the power of the Maganid family in Carthage and win back the prestige of the people, the new patriarch of the Maganid family, Mago, who was a younger brother of Simmer, used the family's still great influence in the Senate. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius, attacked the son of Carthage, Bonsilius, he once again pushed for Carthage's Third Sicilian War against Syracuse. However, things were different now. The greatly weakened Carthage army fought against the increasingly powerful Syracuse army, but they lost more than they won. Mago still persisted, but the people of Carthage were tired of the war. In a situation where there was no chance of victory, they were even more afraid of another fiasco. So, the citizens of Carthage called for a ceasefire. In the end, an agreement was reached, but Mago still had to bear the responsibility of the defeat. When the envoy of Carthage who was in charge of negotiations with Syracuse returned, The whole city was cheering for the arrival of peace. Only one family was lonely, even sad. In a huge mansion not far from the citadel of Carthage, the people of the Maginid family were holding a memorial service because today was the day of Himilco's death. However, the constant noise of music and the cheers of the people outside the mansion had obviously seriously destroyed the mournful atmosphere. Drubal knew that it was the people of Carthage worshiping and celebrating the Greek goddess of harvest, Demeter, and her daughter, Persephone. The citizens of Carthage were actually worshiping the Greek gods. That's right. In Sicily, because the Greek city-states and the Phoenician colonies had a deep relationship with Carthage, they lived together for hundreds of years and had a deep influence on each other. The two goddesses, Demeter and Persephone, were not only welcomed by the Greeks in Sicily, but also gradually accepted by the Phoenicians. The Sicilians even believed that Hades, the king of Hades, was the abducted Persephone in Sicily. This cultural influence seeped into Carthage. There were temples for the two goddesses in Carthage, but the reckless actions of Cimmer's army made them even more prominent among the gods of Carthage. This was because when Cimmer led his army to attack Syracuse, his soldiers looted the temples of the two goddesses on the southern slope of Epipolae. Not long after that, a plague broke out in the Carthage barracks, leading to the final defeat. Therefore, the people of Carthage thought that this was the punishment of the goddesses for blaspheming the gods of Carthage. After all, Persephone was the queen of the underworld. Chapter 382. To the Maginid family. This was an invisible humiliation to them. If the family was still in power, no one would have dared to yell outside the mansion. These snobbish people of Carthage, they were the ones who caused the family's current predicament. Hasdrubal could no longer hold back his anger. He turned to the slaves outside the hall and yelled, "All of you, take your sticks and get rid of those people who are yelling." Hasdrubal, Mago shouted in a low voice. The irascible Hasdrubal reluctantly shut his mouth. Mago glanced at the few immediate family members behind him and sighed. In the past, the family might have looked glorious, but for the sake of Carthage's interests, they had fought Syracuse for many years, and many of their family members had died on the battlefield. His cousin, Hannibal, had caught a cold and died after returning to the city to avenge the humiliation of his ancestors' defeat at Himera. Another brother had died during the plague in Himilco, and his own son had been shot by a stray arrow during the war with Syracuse just now. But the Maginid family had sacrificed so much, and in exchange, Carthage's political enemies had ruthlessly suppressed them. In the election of the Senate a few days ago, the power of the Maginid family had been greatly reduced. As the new patriarch of the Maginid family, Mago, for the first time, did not assume the position of Sophie, senior senator, elected once a year, 2 at a time. This was the first time in 100 years that the patriarch of the Maginid family did not assume the position of Sophie. On the other hand, the main rival of the Maginid family, another great aristocratic family whose strength was second only to the Maginid family, the Hanno family, became the big winner of this election. Not only did they firmly control the Senate, the patriarch of the Maginid family became Sophie, and the other Sophie was also his close friend. The family would face greater difficulties, and they had to prepare early. Mago clenched his fist, once again confirming the decision he had made. Hasdrubal, Mago said solemnly to his nephew. Brother Ma solemnly said to his nephew, "You're already a 25-year-old man. If you're still so reckless, how dare I entrust the important task of revitalizing our family and restoring our glory to you in the future?" Uncle, Hasdrubal wanted to argue, but Mago interrupted him. "You should go to Iberia. At least there, no one will keep an eye on you and use your political naivety to bring disaster to the family." "You want me to go to Iberia?" Hasdrubal's jaw dropped. He did not expect to be exiled just like that. "You are not the only one who has to leave Carthage. I am leaving Carthage too." Mago was about to explain when his 10-year-old daughter, Dido, asked anxiously. Mago bowed his head slightly and kindly said to his only daughter, who had the same name as Carthage's founding queen, "I am going to Sicily. It's not far from Carthage, and I can come back at any time." "Father," Are you going to be the commander of the garrison in Sicily to defend against the Greeks? Dido immediately asked. Mago looked at his young but beautiful daughter and could not help but sigh at her intelligence. Unfortunately, she was a woman. He then looked at the dissatisfied Hasdrubal and sighed. Although we have signed a contract with Syracuse, the Senate is still wary of Dionysius. This time, I am being sent to Sicily because of Hanno's selfish motives, but it is also what I want. The peace between Carthage and Syracuse will not last long. Sooner or later, Carthage and Syracuse will have another war. The Maganid family must take back what we have lost in the war. Mago said with a determined expression, "When I arrive in Sicily, I will recruit soldiers and train them strictly. I will also gradually build an effective defensive fortress to the east of Lilliput and Erius. I will also slowly extend the buffer zone against the Greeks to the east." When the time comes, he paused and patted Hasdrubal's broad shoulder. "Do you think I'm sending you to Iberia to exile you? No, it is because I need your help." "You need my help?" Hasdrubal was puzzled, but at the same time, he was a little excited. "War consumes people and gold. Once we go to war with Syracuse, Hanno is in power in Carthage, and I am afraid that he will be a burden to me. I may not get the full support of Carthage, so we have to rely more on ourselves. Just like decades ago, our ancestor Hannibal used his family's money to gather an army to help Himera. The southern part of Iberia is much more fertile than Carthage and Sicily. It is rich in silver, iron, and other metal mines, and has a large population of indigenous people. Since the fall of the kingdom of Tartarsus, there has not been a strong force there. This should have been a great opportunity for the people of Carthage, but our people and elders are too comfortable. They would rather do business and farm in Carthage and Namibia than risk their lives in foreign lands thousands of miles away. Since no one in Carthage is willing to do it, then we, the Maganid family, will do it. Hasdrubal, the family has decided to provide you with sufficient manpower and sufficient money at all costs. I hope that after you gain a foothold in Iberia, you can occupy a stable territory for the family and become the most powerful backing for me in the future war with Syracuse. Don't worry, uncle. I will not let you down." At this moment, Hasdrubal was no longer dissatisfied. He rubbed his palms together, his face full of excitement. Maganid looked at him, still feeling a little uneasy. He understood his nephew. Leading troops to war was his strength, but to conquer a foreign land, it was not just a matter of war. It also required administrative, diplomatic, and other abilities, and Hasdrubal was somewhat lacking. But among Maganid's immediate family, he was the only one who could take on such a big responsibility. He could only hope that he would be sent a capable assistant to make up for his shortcomings in this area. "Uncle, I am willing to accompany my brother to Iberia." A rather young voice sounded in the hall. "Hacker, you can't go," Hasdrubal said resolutely to a skinny, pale-faced young man. Since the development of Iberia has already become the most important matter that decides the rise and fall of our Maganid family. As a member of the family, how can I enjoy life alone in the city and watch my uncle and you experience hardships outside? Besides, the youth looked solemnly at the bronze bust of Hamilco placed in front of the hall, as well as the flesh and blood in front of it. "Avenging my father is my wish." Hasdrubal's words were stuck in his mouth, and he only said after a while, "But your body, after this period of training, my body is much better. I will continue to train myself in Iberia. Besides, leading troops to war is your business. I only need to stay in the camp." Hacker explained to Hasdrubal, but also to Maganid. "Hacker, are you sure you want to go?" Maganid finally asked. "Yes, uncle. I've already made up my mind." Hacker's tone was soft, but Maganid knew that once his little nephew made up his mind, it would be difficult for others to persuade him to change his mind. However, he had been intelligent since he was young, and had a maturity that was different from ordinary youths. Hamilco once considered him a genius who would bring even greater glory to the Maganid family in the future, but he had always been weak and sickly. If he went to Iberia to assist Hasdrubal, he would definitely be able to obtain greater benefits in Iberia. Of this, Maganid firmly believed. "Since you have already made up your mind, then I agree to let you go. But you must understand, if you cannot guarantee your health, it will be difficult for you to help Hasdrubal and the Maganid family in the long term. Maganid said solemnly. I understand. Hacker nodded solemnly. Uncle, but the worried Hasdrubal wanted to say more, but Maganid said loudly, All right, let us pay our last respects to your father together, and hope that he will bless the family's business, and that everything will go smoothly. July was the scorching season, and at the same time, the football and rugby competitions in Dionia were in full swing. Devers, who had just returned from a meeting in the Senate, received an urgent letter from Laos. Go to the Dionia Academy and call Hinepolis back, he said to his slave with a serious expression after reading the letter. Yes, master. Sir, why did you call me back in such a hurry? I almost got scolded by that old Greek again. Before Hinepolis entered the Devers' study, his voice came first. Ever since that old man from Athens came to the Faculty of Arts, we have been much busier than before. Not only do we have to memorize poems and essays every day, but we also have to write an essay every 2 or 3 days. If we can't meet the requirements, we have to rewrite it. Sir, why don't you tell Professor Ansatanos that I don't want to be a rhetorician? I want to continue studying history with him. Hinepolis, you don't have time to study history anymore. Devers handed him a letter with a serious expression. Hinepolis suddenly had a bad omen. He quickly took the letter and opened it. He was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This can't be true. At the beginning of the year, my father came to visit me in Turai. He's in good health. He's really in good health. As he spoke, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Devers sighed. Avenogis fainted during the banquet and has been unconscious ever since. According to his experience in his previous life, this was probably a cerebral hemorrhage, and he had been advised not to overeat. Sigh. Chapter 383. Hernie, calm down. I've asked Herpes to go to Laos. After I'm done here, I'll go to Laos tomorrow. The Devers said loudly. Thank you, sir, thank you. Hinepolis was already sobbing uncontrollably. Although Divers felt sorry for him, he couldn't let him suffer like this forever. He knew that cerebral hemorrhage was an extremely dangerous disease, and with the medical skills of this era, he couldn't let him live like this forever. Even if he was in Dionia, it would be a miracle if he could wake up. He had a plan for Lao's future. Hernie, look at me, look at me. The Devers shook his body and yelled at him. Hinepolis raised his head blankly. His face was covered in tears and mucus. I have to tell you that the doctors in Dionia have experienced your father's condition many times. The outcome after treatment isn't optimistic, the Devers said. Hinepolis showed a pained expression. Listen, son, you're a 25-year-old young man, a real man of Dionia. If your father isn't doing well, you should bravely take over your father's burden. Take care of your mother and the people of Laos, just like your father did. Do you understand? Do you understand? Ununderstood. Hinepolis nodded while crying. Good. Go pack your things and return to Laos. We'll meet again in Laos. The Devers patted his thin shoulder encouragingly. Hinepolis wiped his tears and staggered outside. He suddenly stopped and asked, Sir, can I ask for help if I'm in trouble? Son, the Devers said gently and firmly, I've told you before, I treat you like my own child. I'll do my best to help you if you're in trouble. What happened? I saw Hernie go out in tears. Christoia came in with Crodoc attacks. Father, I saw Brother Hernie crying. You're already an adult, yet you're still crying, said Little Crow. Devers picked up her child, who was almost 5 years old and looked quite strong. Your brother Hernie's father fainted and hasn't woken up yet. Christoia exclaimed and asked, Is it very serious? Devers nodded heavily. Christoia's expression turned gloomy. Then, she thought of something and asked, Is Hernie going back to prepare to take over as consul? Apart from him, who else could be Laos? Devers said faintly. Daddy. Little Crow pinched his face and asked worriedly, Will you faint too? Devers looked at Crow, then at Crystal, and answered seriously, For you, I can't faint. Adelaichorus, Agnes' father, came from one of the first families to migrate to Lygium. He was a famous noble family in Lygium. Decades ago, Anaxilas, the famous tyrant of Lygium, came from this family. He even married Dylan, the tyrant of Syracuse. However, he fell out with the tyrant of Syracuse, Serene, because of Lochley. Dionysius had proposed to Agnes not only because of her beauty, but also because of her family's influence in Lygium and their relationship with Syracuse. But in the end, Lygium chose Dionia, and Autolycus married his daughter to Dionia's consul Devers. Because of this, Autolycus was elected as one of Lygium's generals by the citizens for 2 years in a row. Autolycus took advantage of Lygium's special geographical location to develop his family's sea trade, especially with the 2 city-states of Massilia and Sagunta, and made a lot of business profits. Besides, Autolycus owned 2 shipyards, and his shipbuilding ability was second to none in the whole of southern Italy. That was why the Dionia Senate approved 6 of the 10 3-decker ships to be built this year to be built by Autolycus shipyard. Of course, this was also a way for the Dionia alliance to rope in Lygium. But when the father-in-law and son-in-law met, the scene was not as harmonious as imagined. What did you say? Let Lygium hand over the 6 3-decker ships in his fleet to Dionia. Yes, we'll still pay you the price of the new ships, and you can also use the new ships to upgrade your fleet. Isn't that great? No, that's not good. We can't give you the ships we have now. This will greatly weaken the strength of Lygium's fleet. You just have to wait a few more months, and you'll be able to use the new ships. That won't do. The Messenians have the support of that tyrant from Syracuse, and they're very arrogant. We need to have enough warships to intimidate them. Why can't you wait a few more months? Don't worry. The warships built by my shipyard will definitely be delivered to Dionia on time. Our Navy is stepping up their training for new tactics and urgently needs new warships to join in. We need to familiarize ourselves with tactics as soon as possible. New tactics? What new tactics are you so anxious about? The slave outside the living room heard Autolycus's voice getting louder and louder, as if he was quarreling. He hurriedly ran to tell Agnes. Agnes was helpless when she heard this. She had grown up under her father's roars. Even though she was now the wife of the most powerful consul in southern Italy, she still felt uneasy trying to dissuade her father, who was in a meeting with her husband. She could only go to Christoia. Christoia, who was strolling in the garden, heard Agnes's request. She looked at the sky and smiled confidently. Sister, don't worry. I'll go persuade them. She gave Athena a few instructions, then went outside the living room. After listening for a while, she walked straight in and smiled. Devers, Lord Autolycus, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Dinner has already been prepared, and the children are waiting. Do you want to talk after dinner, or of course after dinner? When Devers heard that the children were hungry, he immediately couldn't sit still. He said to his father-in-law, Let's talk after dinner. He stood up. Autolycus glared at Christoia, but he couldn't say anything to a pregnant woman. He could only helplessly follow her out of the living room. Devers, to be honest, the fish soup your family made is much better than the one you made in Lygium's restaurant. Are you holding back? Autolycus, who loved eating fish, ate the dinner specially prepared for him. He was very satisfied and forgot his previous unhappiness. He joked, Of course not. There were many customers in the restaurant, and time was tight. The chef didn't have enough time to cook. Here, the marinating of the fish took more than an hour, Devers explained. Well done. Autolycus praised and took another big gulp. He then asked, Have you tried the fish sauce I sent last time? I've tasted it. It's very special. It's salty, umami, and a very stimulating taste. My chefs are trying to use it as a sauce to go with other foods. Divers said, That's the fish sauce made by the Phoenicians. It's produced in Gadus. Gadus isn't just rich in silver. This thing is famous in North Africa, Iberia, Carthage, western Sicily, the coast of Egypt, and the coast of Asia Minor. Many places see it as a delicious seasoning. Autolycus drank a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. He then said, There are only 2 processing workshops in Gadus. One is to refine silver, and the other is to make fish sauce. They each take up roughly half of the production. Oh, Gadus. Devers knew this town. It was located at the southern end of the Iberian Peninsula and was famous for its abundance of silver. It was originally a settlement built by Tyre, the powerful mother of the Phoenicians in Asia Minor. It was now controlled by the people of Carthage. He didn't expect it to have such an industry other than silver. It said that this fish sauce is made from a kind of rotten mackerel innards mixed with vinegar. Just as Autolycus said this, he heard a retch. Agnes was lying on the table and vomiting. At this moment, Autolycus was angry at his daughter for interrupting him, but he quickly realized something and looked at Devers anxiously. I didn't have time to tell you, Devers said with a smile. Agnes is pregnant. That's great. She's finally pregnant. After being married for more than 2 years, Christoia is about to give birth to her second child, but her stomach hasn't moved yet. I was worried that Artemis was punishing her, referring to Agnes being the priestess of the famous virgin goddess Artemis before becoming the priestess of Hera and getting married. But now I can finally relax. Autolycus smiled happily and raised his glass. This is a joyous occasion. Devers, let's have a toast. All right. Devers also raised his glass, and the two drank it in one gulp. Autolycus put down his glass and burped. Devers saw that Agnes was still lying on the table vomiting and hurriedly motioned for Christoia to get someone to help her down to rest. At this moment, Autolycus said, Devers, it's a rare happy day. I've decided to agree to your previous suggestion. First, I'll give you the Legium. The Legium fleets 6 three-decker or warships. As for other suggestions, such as training the 2 fleets together, I'll have to go back and discuss it with the council before I can give you an answer. Chapter 384. Little Clodo Catax had just climbed onto his father's knee and was about to be carried away by his mother. He was crying and throwing a tantrum. The Devers did not have the mood to care about him at the moment. He turned to Autolycus and said, The Senate of Dionia will be very happy to hear this news. I hope. Autolycus waved his hand and immediately said, But Legium also has a small request. I hope Dionia can agree to it. The Greeks of southern Italy said that the people of Legium were all merchants who haggled over every penny. Autolycus was one of the best among them. Sure enough, they would not get up early if there was no profit. The Devers pulled himself together and said, Please speak. You also know that the tyrant of Syracuse rebuilt Messina. Messina is now completely on Syracuse's side and is going against Legium in every way. It also has an accomplice, Tyndaris. That is the Myrcenian colony city that the tyrant settled. It is not far from Messina. These 2 cities often work together to disrupt the trade routes in the straits. Sometimes they even seize merchant ships that come to Legium for trade. In the long run, no merchant ships will dare to do sea trade with Legium. Legium will be destroyed. Autolycus said with a gloomy expression, We have protested to Messina many times, but it was to no avail. We have also sent messengers to Syracuse, but the tyrant did not receive our messengers at all. So after some discussion, our council decided to build a colony city on the Millet Peninsula to settle the exiles of Catanae, Naxos, Leontini, and some other Sicilian cities. Wait a minute. The Devers turned to the slave beside him and said, Go to the study and get the map of Sicily. Although the Devers had the habit of looking at the map every day, compared to the familiarity of southern Italy, the Devers' memory of the terrain of Sicily and the location of the cities was still lacking. Catanae, Naxos, and other Sicilian city-states were destroyed by Dionysius. Their exiles must be full of hatred for Syracuse. Devers knew that many city-states in Greece had taken in exiles from Sicily. This was because the Greek city-states were wary of Syracuse, so it was easy for them to provide assistance to those who were expelled by Syracuse. At this moment, the Devers naturally thought of Aristyrus. That's for sure. That's why they won't be easily roped in by that tyrant. Autolycus said hatefully. At this moment, the map was brought over. Devers spread it out on the wooden table where the cutlery had been removed. This is Luna. This is Tyndaris. Devers looked at the map carefully. Autolycus also came over and looked at the map made of parchment. Obviously, it was specially drawn. Not only was the scale large, but the engraving was also detailed. It was no less than the one stored in the city hall of Legium. It seemed that his son-in-law paid a lot of attention to Sicily. Even the new city-states built by Carthage, the new city of Messina, the new city of Tauromirion were clearly marked. Some of the destroyed city-states were also marked and explained on the side. For example, Himera on the northern coast road, destroyed by Carthage's commander Hannibal in the War of Sicily launched 15 years ago. This is the Malay Peninsula. Devers's finger finally fixed on the northeast corner of Sicily. The Malay Peninsula was called a peninsula. On the map, it gave the Devers the impression that it was just a protruding headland. It was just between Luna and Tyndaris. The location of this colonial city was chosen very well. It was just right to cut off the connection between the two cities. After all, Luna and Tyndaris were new cities. Messina was destroyed by Carthage. Neither of them was strong. Although they had the support of Syracuse, Syracuse controlled so many city-states. It was impossible for them to fully support Luna and Tyndaris. Although Lygium was not as strong as Syracuse, it was also a strong city-state and very rich. A large amount of resources were poured into this soon-to-be-built city. Soon, its strength would surpass Luna and Tyndaris, thus achieving the purpose of restraining and scaring them. But there was an important problem here. Have you considered Syracuse's attitude? Asked the Devers in a deep voice. According to ancient tradition, any Greek city-state has the right to establish a colony. Moreover, the location of our new city is not within the territory of Luna and Tyndaris. Attilitus said confidently. With Dionysius's personality, he will not consider any Greek tradition. The Devers did not think this was a good idea. He said with a serious expression, it took him a lot of effort to control the western part of Sicily. At this time, there is a foreign force that wants to extend its hand into his territory. Do you think he will agree? That is why I came to Thurii this time. Lygium hopes to get your support. Attilitus said eagerly. For this, Lygium is willing to let Dionia command our fleet. Originally, the city-states in the Dionia alliance did not have the freedom to bargain with Dionia, but Lygium was the only strong Greek city-state that joined the alliance. Unlike the other small affiliated city-states, the Senate of Dionia had shown enough tolerance and respect to Lygium. In order to strengthen Dionia's voice in the Southern Alliance, the Devers invited Lygium to join the Southern Alliance last year. Other city-states like Crotone did not strongly oppose it. This showed the influence of Lygium, an old and strong city-state. It also made Lygium the only Greek city-state that belonged to both the Southern Alliance and the Dionia Alliance. The Devers were silent. Support? It was easy to say, but it meant war, which Dionia was trying its best to avoid. Otherwise, why would they sign a treaty of friendship with Syracuse? Lygium was trying to drag Dionia into this. I think such an important matter must be discussed by the Senate before it can be decided. It might even need to be discussed with the other city-states in the Southern Alliance, the Devers said vaguely, not giving an immediate answer. After sending the unhappy Attilitus away, the Devers was still pacing back and forth in the living room, thinking about the Strait of Messina. Finally, he called for Aristyrus. There will definitely be a war, Aristyrus said with certainty. The reason why Jaina and Tyndaris dared to invade Lygium so boldly is because of Dionysius' support. Maybe what Lygium wants to do is what he wants. He can start a war against Lygium, and not only can he take revenge on Lygium. Aristyrus paused and glanced at the Devers. The Devers did not care what he was hinting at, and said, go on. Moreover, if Syracuse occupies Lygium and controls the entire Strait of Messina, Dionysius can collect taxes from passing merchant ships to feed his huge army. Sir, according to the intelligence, Syracuse asked for a large amount of war reparations in the negotiations with Carthage, and used the money to buy food, build more warships, and pay the mercenaries. It's not just a deal with Lygium, Aristyrus said worriedly. The Devers was silent. He knew all this information. Aristyrus continued in a low voice. Also, sir, from the intelligence gathered from all over Dionia, I have discovered a situation. I hope it can attract your attention. Oh, what is it? The Devers looked at him. Now, among the prospective citizens and registered freedmen, there is a spreading worry. They are worried that even if they become official citizens of Dionia, they will not be able to obtain land. Aristides said slowly. The Devers raised his eyebrows. Indeed, the land of the plains and the territory of the Dionia alliance had basically been distributed. Only the Lucania Mountains and the Brutty region had some spare land, but it was not enough to distribute to so many prospective citizens. So they want to leave? The corner of the Devers' mouth curled up slightly, and he said half jokingly, half seriously, Dionia is the paradise of the freedmen. Why would they leave? Aristides paused for a moment, and said in a more serious tone, they want war, to seize more land through war, to shorten the period of becoming a citizen by participating in war, and to win the opportunity to obtain land through war achievements. The Devers' heart sank. The military merit system he designed for Dionia could be said to be the source of attracting the Greek freedmen to flock to Dionia, and at the same time, it was also the reason why they were eager to fight and fearless of death. Those who forget war will be in danger, and those who love war will die. The Devers muttered to himself. The command of the Dionysian army must be firmly in his hands. Otherwise, once it was out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. But now, Dionia was still weak and still needed this system to strengthen itself. Chapter 385. To the west was the vast sea and several large islands, such as Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands. Most of them were under the control of Carthage. The Devers did not have the guts to offend another powerful force in the western Mediterranean when they were faced with the threat of Syracuse. As for occupying an enclave in Gaul, the Devers had never considered it. Not to mention that the navy of Dionia was not very strong. At the same time, such a long-distance attack across the sea would not only waste the national strength, but it was also not guaranteed that they could defend it. Dionia's expansion was really restricted. How could they break out of this situation? The Devers fell into deep thought. September was the favorite month of the people of Dionia. Not only was it the harvest season, but it was also the month of the birth of Dionia's patron, Hades, on the 9th of September. Not only would there be a lively celebration, but the All-Dionia Rugby Union Final would also be held. It was a month of celebration for the people of Dionia, especially in Thurii. Therefore, many Greek city-states, led by Athens, called September the month of Araphoporion, the month of deer shooting, used to worship Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. In Dionia, September was officially designated as the month of Hades. Similarly, April was also designated as the month of marriage, used to worship Hera. In many Greek city-states, the month of marriage was set in July. It was evident that Dionia had begun to gradually differ from the traditional Greek city-states in terms of life, customs, and culture. On this day, a young man named Megalese arrived at the port of Thurii. He was of medium height and not very strong, but his body was well-proportioned and vigorous. It was his first time coming to Thurii. He did not expect to see so many ships at the port. It took him a long time to get to the port, and then he squeezed out of the port. Outside the port, even the carriages and wagons had all been booked. He had to walk for more than an hour to the outskirts of Turin, where there was already a long queue. On the other hand, Megalese was not in a hurry. He queued up in an orderly manner while listening to the people around him excitedly chatting about what kind of large-scale performances will be held in the Victory Square during this year's Hades celebration, or guessing which city's football team would be the champion this year, as he walked along with the crowd. When he was interrogated by the city guards, it was already past noon. Although he was hungry and thirsty, he still had to patiently answer the city guards' questions. A citizen of Dionia? If not, please go back. For the next few days, foreigners and freedmen are not allowed to enter the city of Turin. I'm a citizen of Dionia. My name is Megalese, and I live in Cremissa. My serial number is 1356. Megalese spoke fluently. The city guard stared at him and said, "Show me your identity card." According to the suggestion of the Devers, the year before last, Dionia had created a palm-sized bronze plate for every official citizen. Turin had copper mines, so it was more convenient. The front of the plate was engraved with the citizen's name, and the back was engraved with the city of residence and the citizen's serial number. This was just a simple identification, but it was a great innovation in this era. It made it convenient for Dionia to manage the movement of citizens in their territory, especially for the public officials of the Household Register Department. It was a great blessing. For example, if a citizen living in Turin committed a crime in a splustum, the city would record the crime and send it to the Household Register Department in Turin by mail. The public officials would have to find the citizen's file before they could record the crime. There were tens of thousands of citizens in Turin, and many of them had the same name, so it was very troublesome to find them. With a citizen's serial number, it was very easy to find them. Although it was easy to make the identity card, every city's serial number was unique. It was easy to check if it was forged. If someone forged it, it would be a serious crime according to the laws of Dionia, and no ordinary person would dare to forge it. Megalese took out the bronze plate from his pocket calmly and handed it to the city guard. The city guard looked at it carefully and threw it back to him. There were many people entering and leaving Turin every day, so it was impossible for the city guard to do the registration. He pointed at the bulging bag on Megalese's back and said, "What's inside?" "It's all coins. You know, the football match lasts for almost a month, so it must be expensive," Megalese said. "Open it and take a look." The city guard looked serious. Megalese opened it helplessly. Whoosh, whoosh. The city guard reached in and fiddled with it. It was indeed coins. Then he nodded and said, "Go in." Megalese carried the bag and took 2 steps. "All right," the city guard shouted from behind. Megalese's heart skipped a beat. "It's best if you deposit all your money in Kristoya's bank and withdraw it when you need it. It's safe this way." Megalese heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the city guard. After entering the city, he asked people along the way according to the map he had seen before and finally found the hotel that was not far from the Dionia Colosseum. There were already many people in the lobby. Megalese squeezed the counter. The waiter inside glanced at him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the rooms here are all full. I have a reservation." Megalese replied immediately. The waiter was stunned and quickly asked, "Which room? Who reserved it?" "Room 17. Aurora's reservation," Megalese answered fluently. The waiter immediately flipped open the registration book. "That's right, room 17. It's indeed booked for 5 days. So, your name is Megalese?" Megalese showed the bronze card to him. After the waiter confirmed it, he nodded and said, "Please follow me." With that, he led Megalese upstairs. "Lucky man," someone in the lobby mumbled. In fact, many of the people who came to attend the ceremony stayed directly in the homes of Turin citizens. Only some new citizens or prospective citizens had no friends or acquaintances in Turin, so they had no choice but to stay in the hotel. Megalese entered the room. After the waiter left, he quickly locked the door and carefully observed the decorations in the room. Then, he walked to the side of the bed and forcefully moved the bed away. He reached under the bed that was against the wall and quickly took out something tightly wrapped in linen. He carefully opened it, only to see a blue dagger inside. For the next few days, Megalese walked the streets and alleys of Turin, especially the Temple of Hades. He went there many times to observe the terrain. Other than asking the Turin carefully about the ceremony, he usually went alone and tried his best not to interact with others. However, he caught a bad habit in Turin. He fell in love with the food in Kristoya's restaurant. Even though he had gone through many trials of death on the battlefield, this mission still gave him a lot of pressure. What was the best place to relieve his stress in a city? Of course it was a restaurant, but in Dionia, it was an arena. As a mercenary, Megalese, who had lived a simple life, was soon captivated by the food in Kristoya's restaurant. Boiled beef and mutton, boiled tripe, fresh fish soup, honey bread, fried codfish. Every food made him drool. So he quickly learned some of the bad habits of the rich in Dionia, eating 3 meals a day in the restaurant. But he forgot one thing. In order to get a room in Turin in time, he came 8 days before the ceremony on the 9th of September. The food in Kristoya's restaurant was not cheap. Moreover, it was during the ceremony, and the city was full of people. The prices of various consumer goods were rising, and food was naturally the same. After a few days, Megalese realized that he had run out of silver Hades coins. He had to pay with the currency of another city, but the waiter refused to accept it. He said that other than the silver coins issued by Dionia, they would not accept the coins of other cities. Megalese had no choice. For convenience's sake, he brought all the money in the bag to Kristoya's restaurant. When it was finally his turn, the bank employee asked him through the iron window, "Do you want to deposit or withdraw money? Exchange for silver Dionia coins." Megalese patted the bag on his shoulder. The employee looked at it and handed him a piece of papyrus. "Write down the name of the currency you want to exchange and the amount." Megalese looked awkward. "I can't read." The employee was obviously used to this situation. He continued in the same tone. "How about this? You tell me how many coins you want to exchange, then put the money in and watch me verify it for you. Do you agree?" Megalese hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. He then told the employee the type of currency he wanted to exchange, the amount, and so on. The employee took notes as he listened. When he heard Syracusa 4 drachmas, his pen trembled slightly. However, there were Sicilian merchants who came to Turin to deposit and exchange money from time to time. So this kind of currency was not uncommon. After he finished recording, he called another employee over to count and check when Megalese put the bag in the window. When he opened the bag and counted the coins, the employee seemed to be careless, but he was actually very careful. Among the coins in the bag, Syracuse 4 drachmas accounted for the most, and some of them were brand new. His heart could not help but beat faster. Chapter 386. Hinepolis is still young. He has just gained power and is a little carried away. He doesn't understand the actual situation in Laos and always wants to do things his way. Ansetanos defended his disciple with a gentle tone. Dionia needs a stable Laos. No matter what Henny thinks, his priority now is to stabilize the order in Laos and slowly build up his prestige. Sir Ansetanos, after you go, tell him that he shouldn't be too hasty in governing Laos. With Dionia's support, his wish will definitely come true in the future. After venting his anger, Divers was in a better mood. He solemnly made his promise. Also, you have to tell him to listen to the opinions of his father's ministers. He has to respect them, especially his uncle, Arabiuma. He has to discuss it with him. I understand, Sir Devers. I'll try my best to persuade Henny. Ansetanos replied seriously. By the way, how's the progress of the Hades celebration ode written by Lysias? The celebration will begin in 2 days, the Devers asked with concern. It's almost done. Even though he's dissatisfied with some of your requests and feels that it limits his thinking, it's a great honor after all. Besides, he'll be reading it in front of thousands of Dionia citizens. He can't be happier, Ansetanos joked. The Devers smiled too. Of course, I hope he can prove to me and the Senate through this new ode that the official citizenship of Dionia that I've specially applied for him is worth it. Sir Devers, it seems like we'll have a bumper harvest of wheat this year. However, if we buy more wheat, I'm afraid we won't have a place to store it, said Bagalipi. After Buckos resigned out of guilt, due to the fact that the storm that shocked Dionia had yet to subside and the sensitive nature of the position, the Devers finally proposed, and the senators elected Senator Britti Bagalipi to take up the position. Originally, everyone thought that he was just a transition. They didn't expect that he would be so swift and decisive after taking office. First, Sesta flatly refused to allow Prosecutor Sesta to continue investigating the Polixis case. Of course, Sesta didn't agree, and both sides took the case to the Devers. In the end, under Bagalipi's persuasion, the Devers stopped expanding the case, which won him the gratitude of the public servants under him. Then he made a detailed investigation of the Ministry of Agriculture, and after consulting Buckos, the former Minister of Agriculture, issued a new departmental system, which strengthened supervision, improved administrative efficiency, and lightened the burden on his subordinates. For example, Buckos, when he was in office, often went down to the country to learn about the condition of the fields and required his subordinates to do the same. Lippi did not think this method was advisable, so he gave the responsibility to the village head. The civil servants under the Ministry of Agriculture only needed to make regular inspections and receive reports. Next, he proposed to the Senate that the salaries of public officials in the Ministry of Agriculture should be increased. The reason was that the labor intensity of the people in the agriculture department was too high. They often had to run all over the Alliance and even go down to the fields to help with farming. They had no time to take care of their own fields. Of course, this proposal didn't go through. After all, if he only increased the salaries of the Ministry of Agriculture, what would the staff of the other departments think? However, Bagalipi won the support of all the public officials in the Ministry of Agriculture. Your suggestion is to build more barns? The Devers asked after thinking for a while. Sir, I think the number of barns in Turii, Kazinsa, and Gramentum is enough, Bagalipi replied seriously. After experiencing the British War, the Devers proposed to build barns and carry out strategic food reserves after careful consideration. The slogan, "Prepare for war, prepare for famine," moved the other elders, and they approved the establishment of grain warehouses around the central cities of Turii, Kazinsa, and Gramentum. They were also equipped with guards to guard them. It had been 2 years since then. I've carefully checked the situation in the 3 barns. The wheat stored 2 years ago is a little moldy. If we keep them there, they will probably go bad. That would be a pity. It's better to sell them and make room to buy new grain. Bagalipi suggested seriously. The Devers nodded and said, "If that's the case, then do as you say, Sir Bagalipi." After sending off Bagalipi, the Devers saw Aristides waiting outside the living room. "What's the matter?" "Sir, the intelligence just came," Aristides said in a low voice. The Devers took the small scroll and opened it. His face suddenly turned cold. "You've confirmed it?" "Yes, sir. Stratus went to Crimea to investigate and only returned today. His bronze plate was forged. While he was away, we sent someone to open his room and found a poisoned dagger." Aristides said slowly, word by word, without any emotion. "Looks like he's coming for me. Syracuse for Drachmas. Dionysius." The Devers sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He suppressed the violent impulse in his heart and paced back and forth in the corridor. Finally, he stopped in his tracks. His cold and gloomy face was filled with determination as he said in a deep voice, "Since he still hasn't given up, then let him come and make a big commotion." Aristides understood and hurried off to make arrangements. Then, the Devers sent someone to invite Bagalipi, who was still on the way. It was almost a complete reversal of his previous decision. Not only would he not sell the old grain, he also requested that Bagalipi purchase the new wheat on the market in large quantities, preferably in a short period of time. He would also get Mirzas to provide gold and silver from the national treasury for full cooperation. Bagalipi felt that the sudden change in attitude of the Devers was a little strange, but he rationally did not ask further. Instead, he chose to agree. For the past 2 days, Megali stayed in the restaurant every day, enjoying the delicacies. He spent almost all the money he had. Late at night, he returned to the guest room. After locking the door, he lit the candle and took out the dagger from under the bed. He thought of the promise that His Excellency had made before he left. He stared at the dagger in his hand, lost in thought. The candlelight shone on his face. It was a deep blue, 9th of September, the day of the birth of Pluto Hades. Dionysia's celebration was held as usual. Thousands of Dionysian citizens surrounded the Victory Square. The music started, and the priestesses of the temple began to sing the praises of Hades. After a few years of subtle influence, the citizens were already somewhat familiar with this novel singing method. Hence, the singing sounded from the stage, the audience and the surroundings, resounding throughout the city. It was a spectacular sight. Next was the large-scale theater performance in the square. It was also one of the favorite shows of the citizens during the celebration. However, this time, it was not the story of the Greek mercenaries being guided to Greece by Hades, nor was it the epic story of the establishment of the Dionysia alliance under the protection of Hades, nor was it the other legends of Hades. Instead, a strong man appeared in the square. He wore the skin of a lion and held a big stick in his hand as he trudged forward. The citizens had a deep impression of this image. Immediately, someone shouted, "Hercules! Hercules!" Then, accompanied by the heartbeat of the drums, an unusually tall man walked into the square. In fact, he was on stilts and covered his lower part with a longer cloth. Although his appearance was a little strange, the citizens were already surprised. It was actually a giant. The main version of the story of the Battle of Hercules and the Giant was that it happened in Africa, but many Southerners insisted that the battle took place in southern Italy. Now, it seemed that the Dionia alliance had fulfilled their expectations. On the field, Hercules and the giant fought. In the end, the giant was killed. The citizens cheered. At this time, a group of people dressed in broody costumes ran onto the field, led by a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. They congratulated Hercules. Soon, Hercules and the woman held hands. Many people were puzzled, but the citizens of Dionia of Broody understood the scene. They shouted excitedly, "Queen Valentina! Hercules! Brutus!" The other citizens asked them, "What is going on?" The square was filled with music from the Broody Mountains. The Broody people surrounded Hercules and Queen Valentina and danced the traditional celebration dance of the Broody. The citizens outside the field, led by the Broody people, also began to dance. Lysias looked at the lively and grand scene. As the dean of the Faculty of Arts of the Dionia Academy, he naturally enjoyed the show from a different perspective than the ordinary people. I bet that this performance must have been suggested by the consul of the Devers. He has deep intentions. His words revealed his appreciation for the Devers. It was after meeting the Devers that he made up his mind to move to Turii. In the Dionia alliance, the Lacanians and the Broody people account for a considerable number of people. Racial harmony and integration is a term that the consul has repeatedly mentioned in the Senate, and he is constantly working hard. Ansitanos said with emotion, "Yes, it is not easy, and it will take a lot of time." Unlike Isocrates, Lysias was not a person who believed in the supremacy of Athens or the supremacy of the Greeks. On the contrary, after staying in Athens for many years, he had a deep understanding of the xenophobia and conservatism of Athens. He felt that he had found the main reason for the rapid rise of Dionia. At this time, the large-scale performance in the square had ended. Ansitanos said with a smile, "Lysias, I can't wait to hear the ode to Hades that you wrote." Chapter 387. The Devers in front of the Temple of Hades no longer pretended to be mysterious like the first time the temple was built. Instead, they followed the traditional ritual of slaughtering lambs, sacrificing their blood, and reciting the hymns. This time, the hymns of Hades were different. It was written by Lysias. The Devers had read it before and felt that it was well written. This meant the development of Dionia's culture. As mortals were equal before the gods, the people who participated in the ritual were in order. Those who arrived first stood in front. Megalese had been standing at the periphery of the square, close to the temple. Hence, when the crowd surged towards the temple, he walked in front. Now, in front of him were the militia who maintained order. They held hands and formed a large defensive circle, surrounding the entire Temple of Hades. There were several teams of guards patrolling the circle to maintain order and prevent accidents. The Devers were about 20 meters in front of Megalese. He was singing loudly, and a group of priests were singing behind him. Megalese subconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He lowered his right hand and touched the hard object on his thigh. The Devers finally finished their hymns. Dong! The bronze bell rang. Then the Devers shouted in high spirits, "Now, let us pray to the great Hades." With that, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. The people also lowered their heads and prayed silently. Some even knelt on the ground. Even the soldiers began to pray in their hearts. Megalese saw a team of guards pass by him from the inner circle. This is the moment. He opened his eyes and stomped on the ground with his right leg. Like a cheetah, he crouched down and passed through the gap between the citizen soldiers' handholds. He flashed past the guard's back and reached his right hand into Bolton's pocket. With a pull, a shining dagger was already in his hand. Among the Campanian mercenaries, he was known for his speed. A distance of more than 20 meters could be traversed in an instant. At this moment, excitement and nervousness surged through his body. The wind whistled in his ears, but his eyes were fixed on the Devers in front of him. Close, very close. Devers raised her head. She was neither nervous nor afraid. She just smiled at him. Megale's heart skipped a beat. Behind the Devers, Two high priests who had their heads hung low suddenly rushed out. They held small leather shields in their hands and swung them forcefully at Megalis. He was already sprinting at full speed, but he was unable to dodge due to inertia. He felt as if his right hand had been smashed by a boulder, and the pain in his bones felt like they were cracking. The dagger flew out of his hand. Then, another shield smashed onto his head. Megalis' head buzzed, and he fainted immediately. "Is he dead?" Devers asked. "Sir, he fainted." Marcius, who was disguised as a priest, replied. "Very good." Just as the Devers spat out these two words, someone in the crowd shouted, "Assassins!" There was an assassin. He wants to assassinate Lord Devers. Murder. An assassin wants to kill us. At this time, the people who had just reacted saw the assassin on the ground in front of the Devers and heard people shouting, "Murder! There's an assassin." Immediately, the people began to panic. "Not good. Someone is causing trouble." The Devers immediately went on alert. There were tens of thousands of people in this sacrificial ceremony. Once there was panic and stampede, the consequences would be dire. Wasn't that what happened to Mithridates' troops back then? In a moment of panic, he walked forward to the back of the soldiers and shouted, "Citizens of Dionia, soldiers of the Legion, I order you to remain calm. Maintain order. Protect the people." Maltius and the soldiers, who were following closely behind, shouted in unison. The citizens of Dionia began to respond to the Supreme Commander's orders and stood up to calm the people around them. The chaos gradually subsided. At this time, a woman screamed as she was pushed and fell into the defensive circle. The Devers looked concerned and prepared to help her up. The soldier next to her immediately helped her up. Just as he was about to help her up, he saw a twisted and hideous face. She pushed away the unsuspecting soldier and quickly pulled out the dagger hidden on her body. She viciously stabbed towards Davis. The Devers, who was very close to her, could not dodge at that moment. He watched in horror as the dagger with blue light pierced his chest. At this moment, Marcius, who was behind him, suddenly pushed the Devers away with his left hand, and at the same time, his right hand quickly met the dagger. The dagger pierced through his palm. He roared and punched the woman's face with his left fist. The woman screamed and flew a few steps back. She fell to the ground, twitching and vomiting blood. "High Priest, are you okay?" "Lord Devers." "Lord." "Please sign us." The priests and the people at the scene all screamed and rushed to the Devers with concern. "Stay where you are and don't move." The Devers quickly stood up and roared, "Maintain order. I'm fine." As he spoke, the guards rushed over and protected him in the center. "Go and see your captain." The Devers broke through the soldiers' encirclement and walked quickly to Marcius. "Lord, I'm fine," Marcius said in a low voice. He had torn the priest's robe and wrapped his right hand. Devers looked at his right hand, which had been dyed red by the white linen, with concern. He patted Devers' shoulder with deep emotions, but did not say anything. He would remember Devers' life-saving grace in his heart. Then, he continued to move forward and walked in front of the woman. The woman's facial bones were broken, and she looked extremely horrible at the moment. The Devers looked at her in a daze, but his fingers were trembling slightly. After being in this world for so long, this was the first time he really felt that death was so close to him. Damn it, damn it. Just when he felt that he could no longer control the rapidly growing violence in his heart, a soldier behind him cried out, "Captain, what's wrong with you?" He quickly turned his head and saw Marcius lying on the ground weakly. The dagger was poisoned. A thought immediately flashed in the Devers' mind. More than a decade later, Ansitanos wrote in his History of Magna Graecia. This was supposed to be a lively celebration for the people of Dionia, but it was interrupted because of this assassination. The captain of the Devers' guards was injured and in a coma. Hundreds of Dionia people were injured because of the panic caused by the assassination, and more than a dozen people died. But more importantly, although the assassination of the consul Devers of Dionia failed, it shocked the entire Dionia alliance and the city-states of southern Italy. At the same time, it had a profound impact on the political situation of Dionia, southern Italy, and even the entire western Mediterranean Sea. This was unexpected by the mastermind at that time. Historians could easily joke about the ups and downs of history after the incident. But on that day, after the assassination, tourists immediately sealed off the entire city and imposed a curfew. Many people living in their homes and hotels were uneasy because there was a rumor that the Devers had been killed by an assassin. How could the people of Dionia, who had always regarded the Devers as the greatest source of security in the Alliance, not be terrified? The consul, who had always been worried about by the people, had already returned home. Faced with the concern and sympathy of Christoia, Agnes, and the children, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, he reluctantly dealt with them and immediately called for Aristyrus. The Devers, who had always had a good attitude towards him, now had a face full of anger. "You and your men are all idiots. You actually let an assassin so boldly sneak up to my side without me noticing. If Marcius doesn't wake up this time, many of your men will have to pay the price." Aristyrus did not defend himself. It was true that he had been deceived by the enemy this time. He did not expect that Megalese was just a cover, and the real killer move was on a frail woman. Fortunately, the Devers were not injured. Thinking of this, his back was drenched in cold sweat. After venting his anger, the Devers calmed down a little and said sternly, "Aristyrus, I don't care what you do. You must dig out these spies hidden in Dionia's territory in the shortest time possible, and I will let Martones' patrol team cooperate with you." Aristyrus clenched his fists and said angrily, "Don't worry, my lord. I won't let you down again. I don't want to see Dionia's elders, generals, or public officials assassinated or accidentally killed, especially when Dionia is going to take action in the future." The Devers' warning did not increase the pressure on Aristyrus. On the contrary, he became excited. The alliance was going to take action. Against who? As soon as Aristyrus left, Cunigarata and Martones came together. After all, ever since Cunigarata lost the Turii battle against the Lucania alliance, he had developed a strange habit. He did not want to be alone with people who were soldiers, but this time it was obvious that the situation was urgent. Martones walked into the reception hall and saw that the Devers were safe and sound. He was instantly relieved and said loudly, "My lord, the assassin has confessed." That fast? The Devers was a little surprised. Martones wanted to laugh, but he remembered that the atmosphere was not right, so he had to hold it in. After the assassin woke up, he confessed without waiting for us to torture him. He only made one request, and that is to let him eat a few meals from Christoia's restaurant before he dies. The request was indeed a little funny, but the Devers was not in the mood to laugh at him. He asked seriously, "What did he say?" Chapter 388. Messias. The Devers remembered that Ansitanos told him that Messias was the leader of the Campanian mercenaries. He later became an important general under Dionysius. "Do you have any proof?" the Devers asked. "No. He came to Turis empty-handed. The hotel he stayed in and the dagger was prepared by a man named Aurolus. However, he only knows the name. He doesn't know what Aurolus looks like or what he does." Martones said solemnly, "I'm sending someone to the hotel he's staying in right now. I'm hoping to find out more about Aurolus." "What about the woman?" the Devers asked. "No one has come to the patrol station to say that they know her." Martones was a little depressed. "Martones, it hasn't been long since the assassination, but you've already made a lot of progress." The Devers comforted him with a sharp glint in his eyes. "It doesn't matter if she's from Turis or from another city. Since she's able to attend the celebration, she must have some clues. Furthermore, the dagger she's holding is similar to the one the assassin had. They're both coated with poison. She's definitely related to Syracuse." The Devers sneered and ordered, "Martones, go find Aristyrus immediately. He'll help you find out the truth as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Martones turned around and left. At this time, Cunigarata worriedly asked, "Sir Devers, are you going to declare war on Syracuse?" Even though the assassin said that Syracuse ordered him to do it, there's no proof, and the Devers, who had always respected him, interrupted the old man's words. "Sir Cunigarata, what will happen to Dionia if they really succeed in assassinating me?" Cunigarata was taken aback. He thought for a moment and had no choice but to tell the truth. There will be unrest. Not just unrest, but a civil war would soon break out. The Greeks, the Lacanians, and the Briti alliance would definitely clash. The legion commanders had similar qualifications and prestige, but none of them could intimidate all the legions. On the other hand, the civil officials had the advantage in the Senate. If this continued, the more Cunegurata thought about it, the more worried he became. Then what will happen to our Southern Alliance? The Devers watched his expression and continued to guide him. The Southern Alliance was an alliance of Greek city-states led by Dionia. Dionia was the mainstay of the alliance because it was far stronger than the other city-states. Once the Dionia alliance fell into internal strife and its power weakened, Crotone and Lygium would probably jump out to fight for power. Since both sides were equally powerful, the Southern Alliance might end up as an empty shell. Moreover, Crotone might take revenge on Zillion and Trine who had betrayed it. It was also possible that Crotone would declare war on Dionia to take revenge. We all know that Syracuse has signed a peace treaty with Carthage, but Syracuse still hasn't dismissed its mercenary troops. Instead, it's buying grains and building ships. Why? Is it to help Sparta defeat the Thebes alliance? The Devers' question was directed at Cunegurata's heart. Indeed, Dionysius had long had ambitions for Greece. If the Dionia alliance fell into chaos and the Southern alliance became a pile of loose sand, Syracuse could easily achieve its goal with its strength far surpassing that of the various Greek city-states and alliances. The Devers stared at the old man in front of him. Tiny beads of sweat quietly seeped out from his white temples. As the senator of Dionia who had served 3 consecutive terms as the governor of Thurii, the Thurii alliance could not be neglected. Unfortunately, his biggest weakness was that he was afraid of war. Lord Cunegurata, you should know me. I will not recklessly declare war on Syracuse without sufficient preparation. However, it is time for us to take action. Otherwise, it will be a terrible thing to allow a vicious wolf like Syracuse to lurk around Dionia, drooling over our land and disrupting the order of our alliance. Cunegurata listened to Devers' sincere words and pondered for a moment. He finally changed his mind. Lord Devers, is there anything you need me to do? The Devers' face lit up with joy. In an emergency meeting of the Senate, I hope you can support my proposal to mobilize the citizens of Dionia to prepare for war with Syracuse. Was it just a preparation? Cunegurata could not believe his ears. He thought the Devers were about to start a war with Syracuse when he saw how aggressive they were. Of course, that's not all. We also need to support Lygium in building a colonial city in Sicily. The Devers looked at Cunegurata and said word by word, I also need you to tell the other elders the truth of the assassin incident. The assassin was sent by Locri under Syracuse's request. Cunegurata's eyes widened in shock. Lord Devers, that's right. I'm going to attack Locri. The Devers' expression was ferocious as he said firmly, Dionysius and Locri have formed an alliance because he wants Locri to become a springboard for Syracuse to invade Greece. Locri's existence makes it impossible for Greece to unite as a whole. This is a great opportunity to declare war on Locri. If Syracuse comes to our rescue, we'll have a high chance of winning against our Southern Alliance on Greek soil. If it doesn't come, we'll conquer this city that betrayed Greece. Although Cunegurata agreed that the war between Dionia and Syracuse was inevitable, compared to facing the powerful Syracuse, he preferred to deal with Locri first. When the city alliance of Dionia was first established, Locri was a powerful force in Greece. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the people of Dionia now. Furthermore, the fact that the Devers could come up with such a strategy meant that he was not blinded by anger. Hence, Cunegurata began to come up with a plan. Coincidentally, the generals and counselors of the Southern Alliance have been invited to this celebration. Lord Atilicus of Lygium, Lord Lysias of Crotone, Lord Cypros of Trine, Lord Prethinus of Silatina, and Lord Frinrus of Corunna are all in Thurii. They must have heard about today's shocking event. We can hold the Southern Alliance meeting in Silatina in Thurii. I believe we'll be able to reach an agreement easily. I believe they're waiting for the Senate to contact them. Our Senate meeting must end as soon as possible, reminded the Devers. Understand. Kinagarata nodded. When he left the Devers mansion, his steps were heavy. He knew that after today, the Dionia alliance that had been at peace for more than 3 years might once again open the door to war. When the Senate of Dionia convened, the elders were more concerned about the safety of the Devers, especially the former mercenary elders, the elders of Lucania, Amandalera, and some of the elders of Brudi. Therefore, when Kinagarata told them the truth, the elders were enraged. The Devers' proposal to declare war on Locri was easily passed, although the warmongers, such as Amintas, were slightly disappointed that the Devers did not directly declare war on the culprit Syracuse. Even though Cornelis, Ansitanos, and the others were surprised that Syracuse didn't step forward and let Locke take the lead, they were relieved for the time being. The Senate finally decided to send an emissary with harsh requirements to question Locri. The Devers did not have time to rest after returning home. He immediately asked for his father-in-law, Attilius. Seeing that you're fine, I can finally rest assured, Attilius said happily as soon as he saw him. This made the Devers feel a little warm. Then Attilius shouted loudly, Syracuse! It must be Syracuse who did it, right? I've said it before. The Devers interrupted him and said decisively, the Senate of Dionia has decided to fully support Lygium's construction of a colonial city in Sicily, but we also hope that you can abide by your previous words and hand over Lygium's fleet to Dionia. That's really good news. However, if we hand over the fleet to you, can Dionia guarantee the safety of Lygium's coast and trade routes? Attilius became reluctant at this moment. I think Syracuse won't have time to humiliate Lygium anymore, because Dionia will send an emissary to question Locri. Why did you send an assassin to assassinate me? The Devers' words were shocking. Attilius was shocked. How? How could it be Locri? Because Dionia and the Southern Alliance need to wage war on Locri. The Devers said resolutely. Attilius was still shocked, but he had already understood the Devers' intention. With trembling hands, he held the armrest of the wooden chair and slowly sat down. You want to? No. You want to lure the people of Syracuse to Greece. Chapter 389. Autolycus pondered for a long time before he raised his head and stared at the Devers. I promise you that Lygium will hand over the fleet to Dionia and will fully support Dionia's proposal in the Southern Alliance meeting. Of course, you have to understand that this is not because you are my son-in-law, but because the Lygium have always wanted to inflict serious damage on Syracuse. After Autolycus left, the Devers invited an old friend of Dionia, Cypros, who was now the chief general of Trine. When the Devers asked for Cypros' support, he readily agreed. It was not only because Trine and Dionia were now very close to each other and had close trade relations with the nearby city of Napitia and the Brudi region, but it was also because of Trine's need for their own safety. Cypros said to him, Sir Devers, you don't actually need to get Trine's support in advance. Your proposal will easily gain the support of the Southern Alliance because Crotone, Syrium, Krona, and us, Trine, and the Lockley Alliance have been mortal enemies for decades, and this has become the biggest problem that has plagued us for many years. If we can get rid of him in one fell swoop, we will be overjoyed, so why would we object? As Cypros had said, during an emergency meeting of the Southern Alliance held in the hotel next to the Senate, which was specially used to receive envoys and VIPs from other city-states, the other city-states unanimously agreed that when war broke out between Dionia and Lockley, the Southern Alliance would form a joint army to fight against them, and at the same time, prepare for war with Syracuse. When the meeting ended, it was already late at night. The generals sent off the Devers and were about to return to the hotel when they suddenly heard Lysias shouting, Look at the sky. Streaks of silver light streaked across the night sky in the southwest, and they were exceptionally dazzling in the pitch-black sky. General Prethinus of the West Courtyard widened his eyes and looked carefully. He said disapprovingly, This kind of night scene happens many times every year. There's nothing special about it. But that happened in July and August. It's rare to see something like this in September, said Lucius. It's indeed rare in this season, General Frielis of Corunna said solemnly. This is an auspicious sign. Cypros shouted excitedly. Immortal constellation has the hero Perseus. He killed the vicious Medusa. Now, we have finally made up our minds to declare war on the tyrannical Dionysius, to eliminate this tyrant who has been threatening the safety of the Greek city-states and people for more than a decade. Isn't this what the hero Perseus hoped for? Cypros is right. As long as the Southern Alliance is united, our strength will surpass that of Syracuse. We can deal a heavy blow to Syracuse, just like how Perseus killed Medusa, and restore the independence and freedom of the Greek city-states of Sicily. Attilius said encouragingly. Some of the other generals were deep in thought, while others kept nodding, as if this would reduce the tension of a possible war with Rockley and Syracuse. When the Devers returned home, he was already very tired, but when he heard Aristyra's arrival, he still forced himself to stay awake and met him in the study. Sir, we've already found out who booked the room for Megalese. He's a merchant from Loc who often comes to Tyrol to buy wine. Hence, the owner and waiters of the hotel are very familiar with him. However, it's a pity that he left Thurii 9 days ago and returned to Rockley, Aristyra's reported. The merchant from Rockley. He was not wrongly accused. The Devers sneered. In fact, it was obvious that Rockley was the prime suspect. Ever since the Polixis case, the people of Thurii and even the people of Dionia were more vigilant against the people of Syracuse who entered their territory. On the contrary, the people of Rockley, who were allies of Syracuse, had a good attitude. Is there any progress on the investigation of that woman? The Devers asked again. Yes, we have. She is the concubine of a former noble of Cremissa who was sentenced in the Polixis case not long ago. She came to Thurii with a few family members of those sentenced in the previous case. Sir Matones has already sent people to find and arrest them. It was Cremissa again. The Devers felt that he should write a letter to the governor of Cremissa, Protesilaus, and ask him to strengthen the management and reorganization of the residents of Cremissa. At the same time, he was thinking about whether he should propose to the Senate to set up a patrol department to lead and coordinate the patrols of the various cities, strengthen the maintenance of the city's order, and arrest criminals. In other words, he should raise the status of the patrol team and make it more professional, instead of always letting citizen soldiers take turns to do the job. Thinking about this matter over and over again in his mind, Daves unknowingly came to Kristoya's bedroom. When he noticed it, he hurriedly gestured to Asuna, who was outside the room, and prepared to quietly leave. At this time, Kristoya's voice came from inside the room. Is it Devers? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? It's not good for you and the child in your belly. The Devers complained softly. How am I supposed to sleep if you don't come back after what happened today? Kristoya's voice was filled with deep concern. I want you to sleep with me tonight. Okay. The Devers walked into the room and sat down by the bed. Look at me, I'm fine. Asuna quickly lit the candles and went to boil water to wash the Devers' face and feet. Kristoya carefully moved her round belly, leaning against the Devers and hugging him tightly. Agnes and I were really scared when we heard that you were attacked by assassins. It's all thanks to Hades' protection. Yes, it's all thanks to Marcius. He's still lying in the hospital, unconscious. The Devers sighed and said hatefully, so this time, the Senate has decided to take revenge on Rockley and Syracuse. That means there's going to be another war, and it's with Syracuse. Kristoya trembled when she heard this and said worriedly, hugging Devers even tighter. The Devers gently stroked her back and comforted her. Don't you understand me? When have I ever lost a war? But if that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be by your side when you give birth. The disappointment on Kristoya's face disappeared in a flash, and she comforted the Devers in a gentle voice. Don't worry about me. With Asuna and Agnes taking care of me, and those students of yours, Herpes and the others, coming to see me regularly, I'll give birth smoothly, just like last time. But you have to protect yourself. What will happen to me? Agnes, little crow, Cynthia, Adoris, the child in your womb, and everyone who loves and relies on you. At this point, her voice was choked with sobs. The Devers could only hug her and comforted her softly. Don't worry, I have Hades' protection. There won't be any danger. And this time, for my safety the Senate has added another 100 guards for me, so the security will be even tighter. But this way, our family won't be able to stroll around the Turii market easily in the future. Do you remember the last time we? Kristoya's light snores rang out. She had fallen asleep at some point. The Devers laid her down and gently covered her with a blanket. He stared at her pretty face that was frowning slightly, and a thought that had been suppressed in his heart was rapidly expanding. The next day was the start of the Dionia rugby finals. The Turii didn't stop because of yesterday's incident. It was held on time, as usual, and the people filled up the arena early in the morning. When the noise began to fill the huge arena, the people saw the consul that they had been worried about for the whole night appear in the VIP seats. He smiled and waved to the people around him, and all the rumors were dispelled. The people let out deafening cheers, and the entire arena began to boil. While the people of Dionia and Turii were cheering for the opening of the rugby finals, Fräulein, the envoy sent by the Senate, was already on a boat to Lochrie. At this time, Fräulein was already an intermediate judge of Dionia. He had just stepped down from his post in Amandalera and was waiting for a new appointment in Turii. The Senate appointed him as an envoy to Lochrie precisely because he was no weaker than Aristotle in eloquence and reasoning. At the same time, he was more tactful and experienced than Aristotle in handling matters. After all, he had been a public official in Dionia longer than Aristotle. Fräulein gladly accepted. It wasn't that he didn't know the danger of the trip, but it was also a great opportunity to show himself and attract the attention of the senators, especially the consul Devers. An intermediate judge was already the highest position a citizen of the Senate like him could hold in the public office of the federal judge. A senior judge could only be held by a senator of the Senate, and a judge of a higher level was held by the consul Devers. Next, he would either continue to serve as an intermediate judge in other cities or transfer to another position. After 5 years, it was possible for him to enter the ranks of the elected senators of the Senate. He had to increase the possibility of becoming a senator of the Senate through his excellent performance. Chapter 390. In fact, there were some cultural ties between Dionia and Lochrie. When the city of Turii was first built, Protagoras, the wise man of Athens, made laws for it. He did not casually adopt the laws of Athens. Instead, he chose to make the laws of Turii based on the laws of Lochrie made by the famous lawmaker of Lochrie, Zaleucus, because Turii was a city-state with many immigrants and complicated origins. The Dionia Union was built on the ruins of the former city of Turii and drew on the essence of the former laws of Turii. Known for his harsh laws, Zaleucus had decreed that anyone who wanted to change any of the existing laws had to first put a noose around his neck, and if his proposal was not passed, he would be strangled to death. Zaleucus had been impartial throughout his life when enforcing the law. When his son broke the law, according to the law, his eyes should be gouged out. He did not hesitate to carry out the sentence. However, out of affection for his son, he gouged out one of his eyes on behalf of his son. With such a person as an example and such laws to govern the people of Lochrie, the people of Lochrie were different from the enthusiasm and exuberance of the citizens of other Greek city-states. The people of Lochrie were known for their obedience to the rules of Great Greece. Of course, later on, the people of Dionia were added. At the same time, they knew how to obey orders, so they were able to resist the Crotone who were stronger than them. Perhaps it was precisely because of the strictness of the law that the city of Lochrie chose to protect its gods, unlike other cities, which mostly chose powerful gods like Zeus, Poseidon, Apollo, and Athena. Instead, it chose two gentle goddesses, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, the goddess of fertility. The city even built grand temples for these two goddesses. Therefore, when Dionia held a celebration of Hades on the 9th of September every year, a small number of people from Lochrie would also rush to attend. Not only because of the unique ceremony and lively scene of Turii, but also because the people of Dionia would also celebrate their queen, Persephone, while offering sacrifices to Hades. At the same time, because the guardian deities of the city-state were the two goddesses, the women of Lochrie had a higher social status than those of other city-states. They were allowed to wear veils in public and had the right to inherit property. This was somewhat similar to Dionia. However, the two Greek forces with similar cultures and customs were regrettably enemies. Before Frachilion arrived in Locri, the Council of Locri had already learned of the assassination of the consul of Dionia. Although Thurii had sealed off the whole city soon after the incident, Dionia was the overlord of southern Italy. Not only Locri, but other city-states of the Southern Alliance and Tarentum had more or less sent spies or eyes to be stationed or hidden in the city and port of Thurii. They were always aware of the movements of Dionia so that the city-states could respond in time. Therefore, when such a big disturbance occurred, it was naturally observed by those who were observant. After quickly ascertaining the situation, they all rushed to their city-states by boat or on horseback. Frachilion set off the next day, but he was lagging behind. His boat entered the port of Locri. The public officials of the port quickly sent the news to the council in the city. The councilors of Locri were surprised as to why the envoy of Dionia would appear here at this time. Among the generals and councilors of Locri, only a few knew the real inside story of the assassination. For example, General Demodorus, the brother of Dionysius's wife, Doris of Locri. He thought that Dionia was going to protest to Syracuse again, but he did not expect the envoy of Dionia to appear here. Although surprised, Frachilion was invited into the council out of courtesy and respect for Dionia, the overlord of southern Italy. In Locri, like other democratic city-states, the citizens' assembly was the highest authority. Other than discussing and deciding important matters of the city-state, the ordinary political affairs were handled by the General Executive Committee and the Council. The Council was simply a smaller version of the Citizens' Assembly. It divided all the citizens who participated in the Citizens' Assembly into many groups, usually 10 groups. They took turns to participate in the political affairs of the city-state through the Council. Therefore, there were 8 generals and hundreds of council members in the Council. This was already quite a large force, several times more than the number of people in the Senate of Dionia. Frachilion made some preparations and walked to the center of the hall after being invited by the president of the council. Councilors of Locri, I, Frachilion, am here as the envoy of the Union of Dionia. I am here to question Locri on behalf of all the citizens of Dionia. Frachilion stated the purpose of his visit directly. As soon as his voice fell, it caused a commotion among the counselors around him. He did not stop talking. Instead, he raised his voice. I think you all know that the great consul of Dionia, the beloved commander of the citizens, has been assassinated. It has aroused the anger of all the citizens of Dionia. Now, one of the assassins has been caught on the spot. After interrogation, he revealed the truth. He admitted that he was hired and helped by a Locri merchant named Orolas to infiltrate Thurii and assassinate the consul Devers. This is slander. This is a frame-up. The chief general of Locri, Demodorus, immediately interrupted Frachilion's words and retorted loudly. Locri would not provoke Dionia for no reason. The people of Locri are not that stupid. But the truth is the truth. After a detailed investigation by Thurii, all the evidence is irrefutable. The Dionysian Senate has confirmed again and again that the mastermind behind this assassination is none other than you, Rockley. Frachilion shouted angrily as he pointed at the crowd in a righteous manner. The counselors were instantly in an uproar. Are the people in the Senate of Dionia fools? What does this have to do with Locri? Why don't you go and question Syracuse? This is obviously a common trick of His Excellency. He has assassinated his political opponents in other cities in Sicily many times. What irrefutable evidence! This must all be fake. Dionia only dares to blame Locri because you don't have the guts to provoke Syracuse. Even if the merchant named Orolas is from Locri, he may have been bribed by other cities. Has Dionia interrogated him? How could you so easily conclude that it was Locri who ordered this? Frachilion ignored their arguments and abuse and continued. Therefore, the Senate of Dionia and all the citizens are extremely angry at Locri's despicable behavior and demand that you accept punishment. First, Repent your mistakes to Hades, and send an envoy to Turii to publicly apologize to the Senate. Second, compensate the people of Dionia who were injured and killed in this incident. Lastly, Frachilian faced the angry crowd without fear, and his voice was firm and loud. Break the alliance with Syracuse. If so, Dionia will forgive Locri for what he did and accept you. Before Frachilian could finish his words, he was drowned by angry roars. Locri did nothing wrong. Why should he accept the unreasonable demands of Dionia? This is a humiliation to Locri. This is a conspiracy of Dionia. They want to break up the alliance between Locri and Syracuse. Not only were the members of the council cursing, but a few of them even ignored the dissuasion of others and rushed to the center of the hall. The one who ran at the front was one of the generals, Diapantos. The hot-tempered general rushed forward and punched Frachilian, knocking him to the ground. Just as he was about to kick him again, another general, Metlophenes, hugged him and shouted anxiously, "Do not violate the sacred tradition of the envoy of the city shall not be violated. Do not violate the law of Locri." Upon hearing the word law, the people of Locri who had just rushed forward to surround Frachilian froze. Metlophenes took the opportunity to shout, "Lord Demodocus, if you don't stop them, they will be severely punished for violating the law." Demodocus, who had been watching from the side, was called out by Metlophenes. As the chief general, he had to stand up and defend himself. Humiliating Locri means you are Locri's enemy. We are all protecting the honor of the city. How can this be considered breaking the law? Lord, you are right. Someone immediately agreed. All right, everyone, please leave. The meeting hall is a sacred place. We, Rockley, are a civilized city-state, not Talii. We can't do anything to humiliate the messenger. Demodocus said as he walked forward. The council members obediently returned to their seats. Demodocus had been the chief general of Locri for 9 consecutive years, mainly because of his in-law, Dionysius. Originally, Locri had allied with Syracuse in order to use Syracuse's power to defeat their longtime enemy, Crotone. However, they did not expect that after Crotone was weakened, a stronger Dionia alliance would emerge. Especially after the establishment of the Southern Alliance, Locri became even more isolated in Greece. Hence, they had to rely on Syracuse even more. This allowed the Demodocus family to stand out even more. In addition to Dionysius's intention to support his brother-in-law, Demodocus's influence in Locri was no longer the same as before. Diapantos snorted unwillingly and retreated. Frachilian stood up shakily, but he still refused to admit defeat. The old city of Turris was burned down because it humiliated the people of Dionia. You have to look at the place if you want to show off. This is not the so-called Southern Alliance that is trying to curry favor with Dionia. This is Locri. Demodocus sneered and said loudly and proudly, "Rockley did not and will not stoop so low as to assassinate your Archon. Therefore, we reject any of Dionia's unreasonable requests. Please get lost." Chapter 391. As soon as this shocking sentence was thrown out, the council was in an uproar. Demodocus's expression also changed. He subconsciously shouted, "Isn't Dionia afraid of attracting the army of Syracuse?" Frachilian smiled. Through Demodocus's bluster, he could see the fear hidden in the heart of this chief, General Rockley. This discovery gave him a sense of pride. Since the establishment of the Dionia Alliance, we have always faced strong enemies. In the end, we always defeated the strong with the weak. That's how we created the powerful Dionia Alliance today. We're not afraid of Syracuse. But what about Rockley? Are you not afraid of the army formed by Dionia and the Southern Alliance? Demodocus and the others' faces suddenly turned pale. Lord Frachilian, look at those ships. They can rush over and knock us over at any time. What did you do to the Rockley people to make them so angry? The captain of the passenger ship that brought Frachilian to Rockley said, half jokingly and half complaining. You'll know in a few days. Frachilian stood at the bow of the ship and looked around at the Lockley warships that were protecting his ship in the center. He laughed boldly and said, "Don't worry. The generals of Lockley won't let us die here. If something happens and we die here, there will be statues of us in the Valhalla of the Temple of Hades in Turii. Has the damn messenger of Dionia left? My lord, the ship of Dionia has left the port successfully. Demodocus let out a sigh and temporarily put down a burden in his heart. Beside him, Diapantos roared, "How infuriating!" The people of Dionia came to Rockley to show off their threat, and we still have to protect their safety. Diapantos, you have to understand. Demodocus immediately put on a serious expression and said in a slightly scolding tone, "Whether we have a war with Dionia in the future or a negotiation to resolve this conflict, as long as their messenger is safe, there will be room for negotiation in the future. You have to know that the combined strength of Dionia and the Southern Alliance is not weaker than Syracuse. The citizens of Rockley are not afraid of battle." Diapantos retorted angrily, but his voice sounded weak. Demodocus ignored him and turned to Metlos Finus. "Quickly go to Syracuse and tell General Dionysius that Dionia has framed Rockley for sending assassins to assassinate their consul and has declared war against Rockley. They hope that he will send reinforcements. Otherwise, Rockley will not be able to defend against the army of Dionia and the Southern Alliance alone." In the city of Laos, Arabuma returned to his mansion with a gloomy expression. His wife saw him and could not help but ask with concern, "Did your nephew give you a hard time again?" Hearing his wife's words, Arabuma was furious. He snorted coldly. "Nephew? He doesn't treat me as his uncle. Do you know what he's up to today? He wants to build a school." "School? What's that?" The wife of Lucaria obviously did not know much about Dionia. You don't understand. It's not something good. He even wants to let the children of the poor study in school. He's crazy." Arbolmus pounded the wooden table with his fists to vent his frustration. Not long ago, his teacher came from Turii and warned him not to mess around. He even told him to listen to you. His wife reminded him. "Listen to what I say." Arabuma sneered. "It's not like you don't know your nephew. He's been stubborn since he was young. Now that his father is dead and he's a consul, no one can control him anymore." Arabuma was getting angrier as he spoke. Go. Give me some milk water. I'm dying of thirst right now." After his wife left, Arabuma lay on the couch. He remembered that when he went to discuss politics with Hinepolis this morning, he was opposed to his proposal to build a school. This nephew, who had drunk a little, was so angry that he blurted out, "That won't do either. That won't do either. If you can't do anything, why do we need you ministers? Look at our allies. The people of Dionia have governed Turii so well. I think it's better to let them govern Laos." The more Arabuma thought about it, the more shocked he became. Hinepolis was speaking the truth after drinking too much. This kid has been living in Turii for 6 to 7 years. It's said that he's been living in the Dever's house all this time. He's been heavily influenced by Dionia. How can he give away the family business that his father and I worked so hard for to an outsider? Could it be this is the conspiracy of the consul of Dionia? When the image of the Devers appeared in his mind, Arabuma felt his scalp go numb. Just when he was worried, his trusted slave came in. "Master, there's someone outside asking to see you. He says he's from Syracuse." No. Arabuma shouted subconsciously. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Wait, you said he's from Syracuse." That's what he said. Syracuse. Arabuma pondered. His expression was uncertain. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Bring him to the guest room." When Arabuma saw the guest, the first thing the guest said shocked him. "Master Arabuma, I'm here to see you under the order of the General of Syracuse, Master Dionysius. Master, do you think that Minister of Laos, Arabuma, will agree to our request?" Philistos asked. "Arabuma is in a high position. As time goes by, I'm afraid his desires will grow. There's no way he'll let his power be taken away by a young man who has never done anything for Laos. According to the analysis, although they're relatives, they don't get along well. They've argued many times. In the past, Hinepolis, the son of Avinogus, had the support of Dionia, so he didn't dare to say anything. Now that he has our support, do you think he'll change his mind?" Dionysius said confidently. Only a barbarian like Arabuma will be blinded by power. A well-educated person can maintain his peace of mind no matter where he is, Philistos replied, vaguely expressing his innocence. Dionysius laughed. Philly, you're talking about me, aren't you? Compared to you, I'm far less knowledgeable. Who said that? In Syracuse, apart from Pharisanus, you're the best poet. Philistos praised sincerely. Besides, you're already at the top. You don't need any more desires. Philly, it's not easy to sit in this seat. Dionysius slapped his seat and pointed at his head. He sighed. It's like there's a sharp sword hanging above my head, and it could fall at any time. That's why I said that not everyone can sit in this seat. Philistos complimented. Yeah, Dionysius continued. I wonder if the Devers in Dionia feels the same. Dionysius sighed. His gaze sharpened again. Philly, you're wrong. It's not that I don't have any desires. It's that I have a lot of them. Are you talking about Great Greece? Philistos asked. It's a pity that the young man in Dionia managed to escape the assassination attempt. He's learned his lesson this time. He didn't send anyone to Syracuse, but instead declared war on Locke. He thinks I'll go and save Locke. He's underestimating me. Dionysius's cold words were laced with killing intent. Sir, we've received news from the north of southern Italy. They've agreed to send their troops soon. Philistos said excitedly. Also, the northeastern side of Dionia didn't object to our proposal. Everything is going smoothly. We've paid a huge price, so of course we'll get even more in return. Dionysius stared at the void in the hall, as if he was looking at Dionia in the north. When you go back, immediately make all the preparations for the war. Once the flames of war burn in the north, we'll go immediately. After the news of Dionia declaring war on Locke spread in Great Greece, all the city-states of the Southern Alliance also declared war on Locke. For most of the citizens of Dionia, they were more excited when they heard the news. It had been years since they last had a war. Although they had declared war on Locke, there was no tense atmosphere in the territory of Dionia. The rugby finals of Turii were still in full swing. The soldiers of the participating teams from various cities were not called back to the army to prepare for the war. The Senate of Dionia announced to the public, even the war cannot affect the celebration of Hades in Dionia, just like how the war has to be temporarily absent during the Olympia. This was to show the importance of Hades to Dionia. However, in the eyes of the Devers, the main reason why he had slowed down the mobilization of the military was to lure the snake out of its hole. Otherwise, if they used too much force, they would easily crush Locke. Before the reinforcements of Syracuse could set foot on the land of Great Greece, they would not be able to achieve their true strategic goal of gathering and annihilating the people of Syracuse in Great Greece. Fortunately, the news from Sicily showed that Dionysius had begun to gather his army. Preparing a large number of ships and supplies, the Devers believed that even if they did not mobilize for war, the citizens of Dionia would clean and polish the weapons and equipment they had treasured at home, ready to go to war. Chapter 392. Early in the morning, the adjutant knocked on the door of Epicthenes' bedroom in the Legion commander's mansion in Asprustum. The person who opened the door was a completely naked young man. The adjutant was already used to it. Legion commander, there's an urgent letter from the Senate, he shouted. Got it. A lazy voice came from the room. A moment later, Epicthenes walked out of the bedroom, naked, and took the letter from the adjutant's hand. The man stretched his head out, wanting to read it. Epicthenes patted his face and said intimately, Go back first. I'll come find you later. The young man went back to his bedroom and put on his clothes. Before he left, he didn't forget to kiss Epicthenes on the cheek. Not bad, right? A noble from Tarentum. Very cultured. It's a pity that his family has fallen. Epicthenes said to the adjutant with a hint of pride as he watched the young man leave. The adjutant didn't say anything. He didn't want to comment on his commander's hobbies. Oh, right. Read the letter first. Under the urging gaze of the adjutant, Epicthenes opened the letter. After reading it, he whistled. Lord Devers wants us, Legio 4, to arrive at Silatina before October to meet up with the Southern Alliance's army and prepare to attack Lockcarry. That's great, the adjutant said excitedly. We'll inform the governors of Esprustum and Cremissa right now. Inform the legions in both cities to gather at Cremissa's square tomorrow. Esprustum Square is too small to accommodate 8,000 legions. We don't have to rush. It's written clearly in the letter that we just need to arrive at Silatina before October. This means that Lord Devers isn't in a hurry to start a war with Lockcarry. If we go too early, we'll finish all our rations and have to eat our reserve rations. That's a waste. We still have more than 10 days to prepare. I can discuss with the two governors about the distribution of rations and other preparations. At the same time, we can wait for the soldiers to return from the football match. Epicthenes' words made sense. The adjutant said helplessly, "Fine. You're the legion commander, so you have the final say. However, I'm afraid that Dracos will lead the 5th Legion there too early. If they don't wait for us, they'll probably start cursing. That stubborn donkey. To be honest, I'm also afraid that he'll get angry." Epicthenes shrugged helplessly. The two of them burst into laughter. Dracos was supervising the training of the soldiers in the 5th Division's barracks outside Kazinta City. He was supposed to be transferred back to the army by the Devers the year before last, but he refused to comply with the transfer orders. The reason was that he was only good at fighting and did not know how to do paperwork. Even if he trained, he would not be able to do it. The Devers couldn't do anything to him. According to military law, a legion commander could not stay in a legion for too long, mainly because the Devers were afraid that if he stayed for too long, the soldiers would develop a sense of dependence on the legion commander, which would weaken his prestige in the hearts of the soldiers. Therefore, they had no choice but to send him to Kazinsa as the legion commander of the newly formed 5th Legion. However, Dracos did not disappoint the Devers. In just a few years, through rigorous training, he had trained the undisciplined, broody people into qualified soldiers. Legion Commander, an urgent letter from the Senate from Kazinsa. A guard hurried over. Dracos opened the letter and read it. His face lit up with joy. He shouted, "Messenger! Messenger! I'm here, Legion Commander. Immediately send your men to Vig, Canopetia, and Anbalia with this urgent letter. Inform the soldiers of the 5th Legion to report to the square in Kazinsa City tomorrow. Those who are late will be punished with 30 strokes of a stick." "Yes, sir." "Legion Commander, are we going to war?" the adjutant asked excitedly. "We've declared war on Rockley for so long. Why are we only sending the mobilization order now? What's there to be happy about?" Dracos said with some dissatisfaction. He then instructed the adjutant, "You stay here and supervise their training. I have to immediately go to Kazinsa to discuss the deployment of troops with the governor, Felicius." The adjutant remembered something and reminded Dracos, "Legion Commander, we still have some soldiers participating in a rugby match in Turiai. Look, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it." Dracos thought for a moment and said, "Find some reserve soldiers to replace them first. At the same time, send someone to Turiai to urge them to come back quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me if they miss the battle." Agesilaus lay in the big tent with a solemn expression. Now, the Sparta coalition army and the anti-Sparta alliance were in a stalemate at the Isthmus of Corinth. The enemy relied on the strong defense of Corinth city to repel Sparta's attacks many times, leaving him at a loss. It was not that Agesilaus did not want to open up a second battlefield, but the Sparta fleet had suffered heavy losses. That damn Athens Canon led the huge fleet built by Persia directly into the port of Piraeus and handed the entire fleet over to Athens. This caused Sparta to face the same predicament they faced decades ago. They lost the sea. Damn Persia, they're definitely behind this. Agesilaus cursed in his heart, but he obviously forgot that it was his actions in Asia Minor that led to today's outcome. At this moment, someone opened the tent. "King Agesilaus, I'm here." Phoebidas. Agesilaus was about to sit up. Phoebidas dared to step forward, held him down, and said with concern, "I heard that you haven't been feeling well these days. You even fainted yesterday. Don't stand up." As Phoebidas spoke, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Agesilaus did not act pretentious. He continued to lie on the bed and said, "This is an old problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Actually, this is a side effect of polio. This time, I called you here because the Elders' Council has sent an urgent letter. Agesilaus' expression became serious. Syracuse is about to attack Great Greece, so they're asking us for help. They're asking for a general who's proficient in military affairs to help them defeat Dionia. What? Dionysius wants to start a war against Great Greece at this time? Where's the aid he promised us? Phoebidas was shocked. Of course not. Agesilaus sighed helplessly. According to Syracuse, it was Dionia who first declared war on Locri, forcing them to fight to protect their ally. But you and I both know about the assassination of the consul of Dionia 10 days ago. Although Dionia claimed that it was the Locri who did it, I'm afraid the truth is not that simple. Damn Dionysius! This bastard who doesn't keep his promise. Phoebidas scolded angrily. If it wasn't for our Sparta support, how could he have secured the position of the tyrant of Syracuse? Although Dionysius is infuriating, Dionia and Athens have strengthened their relationship. You have to know that Thurii was established by Athens in the past and has always been an ally of Athens. Agesilaus stared at Phoebidas and said solemnly, "Therefore, since this war is unavoidable, we must not let Dionia win. That's why I've recommended you to the Elder Council. I understand your ability, but I hope you can put aside your resentment towards Dionysius and help Sparta win this war." Phoebidas listened and nodded heavily. "King Agesilaus, don't worry. I'll help Dionysius defeat Dionia as soon as possible. Then, I'll ask him to send troops to aid Sparta as soon as possible." Agesilaus cautiously reminded him, "Don't be careless, and don't underestimate the young Archon Devers of Dionia. You have to know that he has never lost a battle until now. Otherwise, the Dionia alliance wouldn't have risen so quickly, surpassing our expectations. Dionysius asked us for help because he felt this pressure. In the past, when he fought against Carthage, he didn't take the initiative to ask for our help before the war. He even said that if the war against Dionia and the Southern Italian alliance breaks out, he's willing to let the Sparta general command. Dionysius isn't good at battles, and the Devers." Phoebidas thought carefully and said excitedly, "Although I don't like this person, I have to admit that he's a good opponent. However, I'm confident that I can defeat him." Agesilaus looked at him for a while, then nodded and said, "That's right. We Sparta should be fearless. Hurry back to the team now, complete the handover, and immediately rush to Syracuse." Yes. Seeing Phoebidas leave, Agesilaus was still worried. The young Archon of Dionia, who he had never met but had been winning, not only gave Dionysius pressure, but also the king of Sparta, who had been paying attention to Dionia. At the same time, in a mansion in the city of Athens, the chief general of Athens, Serasablos, was talking to Esicrates. Esicrates, who was usually aloof, was quite respectful in front of Serasablos because in his heart, Serasablos was someone worthy of his respect. Chapter 393. Athens was liberated, and Thrasybulus and the others who regained power restored the original democratic system of government in Athens. However, they did not retaliate against the supporters of the oligarch's tyranny. Instead, they announced a political amnesty and strictly implemented it. At the same time, they also tried their best to bridge the conflicts and resentments between the commoners and the rich, and between the Democrats and nobles. This made the current Athens more united than it was during the Peloponnesus War. On the other hand, Thrasybulus and the others also adopted a cautious and gentle policy. They forgot about the betrayal of their former allies in the Delian League and treated every city-state equally. This caused these city-states to gradually gather around Athens through trade and diplomacy. Athens was not as domineering as it was during Pericles' reign, but its national strength was rapidly recovering to its former glory. This was why Esicrates admired Thrasybulus. Although he had contributed greatly to the revival of Athens, the people were afraid of his dictatorship and deliberately did not elect him as a general for a few years. Thrasybulus still offered advice and suggestions to the city-states without any complaints. Esicrates, I believe you already know about Dionia's declaration of war against Rockley some time ago. Thrasybulus asked with concern. You've been to Turiae? Based on your judgment, do you think Dionia will go to war with Syracuse? There will definitely be a war, Esocrates said without hesitation. Oh, Thrasybulus was surprised that Esocrates was so sure. I haven't been to Syracuse, but judging from Dionysius's brutal performance in Sicily, he has destroyed several Greek city-states in Sicily, including Catarni and Leontini. This person is extremely greedy for land and has even sent people to disrupt the political order of Dionia. I'm afraid that he is the mastermind behind the assassination of the Archon of Dionia not long ago. It can be seen that Great Greece is his next target. Therefore, if Dionia wants to humiliate his only ally in Great Greece, how can he ignore it? He will definitely send reinforcements to fight against Dionia. And Dionia, I don't think it's afraid of going to war with Syracuse. Even though it's weaker than Syracuse, the citizens of this city-state alliance are eager to go to war, like a cat that has seen a mouse. They'll join the war without hesitation, and they also have the support of Crotone, Lygium, and other southern alliances. They might even be preparing to deal a heavy blow to Syracuse in Greece. Like a cat chasing a mouse. Hee, Isocrates, you're exaggerating. No one loves war. Sarasablos laughed, and the expression on his face relaxed. I'm relieved to hear you say that. If Dionia can go to war with Syracuse, then the pressure on our anti-Sparta allies will be reduced. I hope that Dionia can defeat Syracuse and completely cut off Sparta's support, so that we can focus on dealing with Sparta. Sarasablos, my thoughts are the exact opposite of yours. You'd better pray to Athens and let the two city-states suffer great losses, Isocrates said with a serious expression. Why? Sarasablos was surprised. I won't deny that I have a good impression of Dionia, Isocrates said with his unique hoarse voice. Isocrates continued with his unique hoarse voice. However, such a good impression is rather frightening when one thinks about it. It is no joke that the citizens of Dionia love to fight, because the law of Dionia states that citizens would only be granted better lands if they have military merits. I believe you can understand the crazy things the Greeks would do for land. In fact, it was this law of Dionia and another immigration law that accepts free people as citizens of Dionia, the immigration law of Devers, that attracted thousands of free people and foreigners to Dionia. In turn, these former free people who became citizens of Dionia or preparatory citizens pushed Dionia to expand rapidly to obtain more land. Although Dionia doesn't devour the land of its Greek compatriots and scrupulously like Syracuse, it's obvious that its territory is expanding rapidly. In addition to taking in Greek free people to become citizens of Dionia, they even let the foreigners become citizens of their alliance. Sarasablos nodded. I've read Aristophanes' The Dionia Man. The alliance of Dionia not only let the foreigners become citizens, but also let the leaders of these foreigners become senators of the Senate of Dionia and senior generals of the army. Because of this, the Bruttii Mountains and Lucania municipality have successively become the territory of Dionia. The current land area of Dionia is probably larger than that of Athens and Sparta combined. Under the advocacy of their consul, roads and bridges are being built in Dionia, and the belief in Hades is being promoted. They even built temples for the foreigners, schools, academies, attracted scholars and doctors, and popularized a rugby game in the whole of Dionia. If there's no interference, according to the development trend of Dionia, a powerful city-state alliance may appear on the peninsula of Italy in 10 years. Not only will it far exceed the cities of Greece in terms of territory and population, but it's also not weaker than our Athens in terms of trade and culture. However, it's already very different from the traditional culture of Greece. After listening to Isocrates' words, Sarasablos' expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and said, Isocrates, aren't you thinking too much? You have to understand that any force that expands rapidly cannot expand forever. It will either collapse due to internal problems, or it will be thwarted by external forces. A long time ago, Agos, Persia before the war of Hippocrates, and even us before the war with Sparta were all like this. People eat too much and their stomachs will be bloated, so it is the same for countries. But Sarasablos, I'm afraid Dionia will be an exception. Isocrates reminded him anxiously. Because this alliance adopts a political system that is completely different from any country and city-state in the Mediterranean Sea. Oh, what kind of political system does Dionia have? Sarasablos asked with interest. According to my observation there, Dionia is said to be a city-state alliance, but in fact those city-states that belong to it are not city-states at all, but cities that are directly ruled by the Senate of Dionia. The Senate of Dionia holds the highest power. It sends senators to serve as the governors of cities such as Thurii, Kazinsa, Gramintum, and so on. They are responsible for the internal affairs of the cities. The city's taxes and taxes are handed over to the Senate. The city's army is managed by an organization under the Senate called the Ministry of Military Affairs. These cities have no independent administrative ability and are completely under the command of the Senate of Dionia. This is a bit like Persia. Sarasablos pondered and just said a sentence, but was interrupted by Socrates. Dionia is different from Persia. As far as we know, the governors and governors of Persia have considerable autonomy. Other than paying taxes and providing troops, the king of Persia has no other way to control them. So a few days ago, the governor of Persia's Asia Minor, Pharabatsos, made a decision on his own. He gave the fleet built with Persia's money to Athens for use. He also agreed to let Athens rebuild the city wall to protect the port of Piraeus. If it's any governor in the Dionia alliance, it's impossible for him to make such a decision because the Senate of Dionia has a firm control over everything. In my opinion, it can effectively concentrate all the resources, population, and gold and silver in the territory to do something that other city-states and countries can't do. After listening, Sarasablos pondered for a long time with a solemn expression. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said with a smile, Socrates, I originally invited you to talk about whether Dionia can start a war with Syracuse. I didn't expect you to talk about the threat of the Dionia alliance. Since Dionia is so powerful, it seems that we don't have to worry about Syracuse anymore. We need to strengthen diplomatic relations with Dionia and hope that it can help us to deal with Sparta. Seeing that Sarasablos did not seem to take his words seriously, Isocrates wanted to say something more. But Sarasablos said seriously, Isocrates, you have to understand that the focus of Athens now is to take advantage of the support of Persia, and the overall situation is in our favor. We have to concentrate our strength to defeat Sparta as soon as possible and weaken this longtime enemy of Athens. There are so many city-states and races in the Mediterranean Sea, each with its own unique system. We don't need to worry about this or that at all. Only the goddess of destiny can control the future. No one can tell. As long as we, Athens, can maintain the unity and stability of our city-state, handle the relationship with other city-states, develop our trade, strengthen our armed forces, Athens will still be the glorious Athens. We're not afraid of anyone. Sarasablos' words just happened to hit the heart of Isocrates, the oratorical educator who believed in the concept of Athens is supreme. He said sincerely, You're right. Athens will reforge its glory. At the beginning of August, the great leader of Patincia, Plomath, received an invitation from Dionia to participate in the celebration of Hades. Like in previous years, he politely refused and still sent his brother, Borit, to participate. Chapter 394. Ever since Patincia joined the Dionia alliance, the situation of Patincia had greatly improved. The southern front, which should have been guarded against, became its rear. Not only did it have trade with Gramintum and Pixie, but the subordinate city of Poseidonia also benefited from it, and the maritime trade volume with the southern city-states increased year by year. The lives of the people of Patincia had improved, and the treasury of Patincia had also become abundant. Every time Plomath thought of this, he felt gratified that joining the Dionia alliance was the best decision he had ever made. Of course, the frequent trade between Patincia and Dionia had naturally influenced some of the Dionia culture. For example, the people of Patincia had begun to like the sport of rugby, and some people of Patincia had begun to pray to the patron saint of Dionia, Hades, while worshipping the god of Mount Asanu. The priests of Potentia had reflected this problem to Plummet many times, and he was helpless. He knew that this was the spontaneous behavior of his people, and the people of Dionia had not deliberately guided them. However, the frequent contact between the people of Grimentum and their compatriots made them feel that the crude statues of the god of Mount Asanu could not be compared to the majestic bronze statues of Hades in Greece. They also heard that the temple of Hades in Turiai was even grander, so how could they not be in awe and begin to transfer their faith? Moreover, there were so many attractive stories about Hades from the cult of the god of the underworld compiled by Prasinas and others, many of which were very different from the original legends. Plummet felt that the influence of Dionia on the culture of the people of Potentia was not a bad thing, because he himself was also enjoying the elegant culture of Dionia. For example, he had just had lunch, which was a delicacy from Dionia, boiled mutton. He felt that it was much better than the roasted mutton and boiled mutton he had eaten before, so he was now very full. He rubbed his bloated belly and was about to take the hound for a walk in the courtyard to digest through exercise. Then his servant came in and said, "The leader of Shaidath seeks an audience. Let him in." He was a little uneasy. Sasadat's tribe was in the north of Potentia, adjacent to Samanai's Kapsa. It could be said that Potentia's front line against Samanai, so Sasadat rarely left his territory and came to Potentia. Did the Samanai make a move? While Plummet was worrying, Sasadat strode into the backyard. As soon as he saw him, he shouted anxiously, "Big leader, it's bad. The Samanai are going to attack Potentia." "What?" Plummet immediately became nervous and asked, "What happened?" "A few days ago, my people observed that many Samanai people had entered Kapsa, and the city became very lively. I thought they were doing some kind of sacrifice or celebration, but it also made us more vigilant. These days, thousands of Samanai people suddenly came from the north of Kapsa. They are fully armed and have built several camps near Kapsa. Big leader, the situation is not good. Look at how lucky they are. I'm afraid the Samanai are going to attack Potentia again." Sasadat said anxiously, "Thousands? How many people do they have?" Plummet was a little flustered, but he still tried his best to calm down and figure out the situation first. "Well, about at least 20,000 people. The Samanai have sealed off the area near Kapsa, and my spies can't get in at all." Sasadat also felt that he was too vague, so he explained, "But we found that among the Samanai's flags, there is not only the Herpini flag, but also the Pentrai and Caudini flags." Plummet was really shocked and said anxiously, "Are the four major tribes of Samanai all gathered in Kapsa?" "For the time being, we haven't found the Caracini flag," Sasadat said anxiously. "Big leader, you must immediately send troops to support me. I'm afraid that the Samanai will launch an attack in the next few days. My hundreds of soldiers can't stop them at all. In the past, just dealing with Herpini alone was already very difficult for us in Potentia. According to what you said, there are at least 3 Samanai tribes now. Even if I send all the reinforcements, it's impossible to defeat them. Instead, the Samanai will take the opportunity to destroy our main force in the wild, weakening the power defending Potentia." Sigh. Plummet was so worried that his eyebrows were knitted together. There were many tribes in Lucania, and the tribes united with each other, eventually forming several large tribal associations: Potentia, Grimentum, Picassus, Galagusso, Nudum. These tribes united with each other for their own interests, and they fought with each other. There had been endless conflicts until the appearance of Dionia, which restored peace to Lucania municipality. The Samanai were different from the Lucanians. The Samanai, a race that lived in the mountains of central Italy, was divided into 4 major tribes: Herpini, Pentini, Cautini, and Caracini. Not only were each tribe relatively united, but the relationship between the tribes was also harmonious, and there were few conflicts. Every tribe had a big leader who was elected by all the tribes. Unless he provoked public anger, it was rare for him to be ousted midway. After all, only people with talent and moral character could be recognized by the tribes. He would remain as the big leader until he died. Unlike the big leader of Lucania, the big leader of the Samanai tribe had much more power. Regardless of whether the tribes lived in the mountains or in the valleys, no matter how far away they were, they had to obey the big leader's orders in military, diplomatic, and other major matters. From this point of view, the four major tribes of the Samanai were more like four kingdoms instead of the tribal union of Lucania and Brudi. It was precisely because of this characteristic that the Samanai, a race that lived in the barren mountains, could make the surrounding Latins, Greeks, and Lucanians fear them. Originally, Potentia only faced Herpini, the largest of the four major Samanai tribes. Originally, Potentia was only facing Hilpini, which was the largest of the four major Samanai tribes. It was located in the southern part of the mountains occupied by the Samanai people, bordering Potentia. Now that two more tribes had come, how could Potentia not feel nervous? He paced back and forth in the courtyard anxiously. Finally, he made a decision. Shasadat, go back immediately and tell your tribe to make preparations. First, quietly transport some supplies to the city. Once you discover that the Samanai people have launched an attack, do not take the risk to resist. Lead your people to retreat to the city, and I will immediately inform the other tribes to make the same preparations. This, great leader, are we going to throw the land outside the city to those damn pheasants to trample on? The Samoyed warriors like to put pheasant feathers on the top and sides of their helmets to distinguish their ranks. That's why they got this nickname. Destroying farmlands, pastures, and burning houses, this is tolerable. Shasadat tribe was often attacked by the Samanai people in the past. The entire tribe was used to living in hiding. He did not care about this, but he still said worriedly, if the city of Potentia is besieged by the Samanai people for a long time, with so many people in the city, our food won't last for a long time. It won't be long before the army of Dionia comes to support us. Don't forget, we, Potentia, are a member of the Dionia Alliance. Pomote had never been so glad that he had made the decision to join the Dionia Alliance. Yes, Dionia. Dionia will come to save us. Shasadat nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Obviously, he was very confident in this powerful ally of Potentia to the south. It should be known that in the 3 years since Potentia joined the Dionia Alliance, his tribal territory had not been attacked by the Samanai people. Watching Shasadat leave in a hurry, Pomote's face became even more gloomy. He had already heard that Dionia had declared war on Rockley. Potentia had asked for help from Dionia at this time. Would Dionia come help in time? Alexis walked into the city hall of the Gramentum. The governor, Bagul, was already waiting there. Commander Alexis. Bagul was wearing a Burton uniform, but he gave a military salute. Sir Bagul. Alexis, who was wearing a military uniform, raised her hand to greet him. What lord? Don't make fun of me. Right now, I want nothing more than to take off my robe and put on my armor so that I can serve as an officer under your command. Bagul helplessly smiled. Back then, Bagul held the two positions of the first captain of Legio III and the governor of the Gramentum. It was only a temporary measure to stabilize the situation in Lucania after they had just occupied the Gramentum region. Neither the Senate nor the Devers would let the highest administrative and military power of a region. At that time, the captain of Legio III, Hieronymus, was in Turiae, and the position of the first captain was the highest military position in Lucania municipality, be concentrated in one person. Therefore, when Dionia obtained Picassus and gained the upper hand in Lucania, the Senate proposed to remove Bagul from his position. Considering that the Gramentum was located in the center of Lucania municipality, if Dionia's rule was consolidated, the whole of Lucania would be completely stabilized. Therefore, the Devers temporarily removed him from his position in the Legion and tried to persuade him for several days. Chapter 395. There's a situation, and it's a big one, Bagul said with excitement and seriousness. Let's hear it. Alexis was all ears. However, Bagul kept Alexis guessing first. He first pulled Alexis to sit down, and then let his men bring the freshly marinated beef jerky and beer. Since the Devers invented this marinated beef jerky and used it as military rations, it had gradually become a favorite among the citizens of Dionia. It became a delicious snack for the people of Dionia just like dried figs and dates. Usually, I'm the one who goes to your barracks to disturb you. It's rare for you to come to Grimentum today. In return, I have to treat you well. Let's talk over a drink." What Bagul said was the truth. The barracks of Legio III were built between Picassus, Grimentum, and Nudum. Alexis, as the current commander of Legio III, could not stay in Turiae like the former commander, Hieronymus. The system was not perfected at that time. During his tenure as commander, he had to live in the barracks. Of course, the barracks were not simple. It was more like a militarized town. Although Bagul had resigned from his position, he still went to the barracks every 2 or 3 days to participate in military training and competitions whenever he had free time. Over time, he actually became good friends with Alexis. Alexis also knew his forthright personality, so she did not refuse. She grabbed a piece of beef, chewed it, and said, "What's the big situation?" "The Salmoni have gathered a large army at the border of Potentia. It said that there are at least 20,000 people." Bagul said with some excitement. 20,000 people? Alexis was shocked. She put down the beef jerky in her hand and asked eagerly, "Are you sure that the Salmoni are going to attack Potentia?" "The messenger of Potentia came to me to ask for help. How can it be fake?" Bagul drank a mouthful of beer and said, half-jokingly, "Pomote, that stubborn old man who usually doesn't like to talk to us Dionia people really can't sit still this time. After the messenger of Potentia asked for help from me, he hurried to Turiae. Bagul, this matter must be taken seriously, especially at the critical moment when we declare war on Lacri." Alexis said with a serious expression. He obviously thought about the problem more deeply than Bagul, and before he took office, the Devers had solemnly reminded him. The barracks of Legio III were set up in Lucania municipality. Their current mission was to stabilize the situation in Lucania and eliminate those who opposed Dionia. But their future target was the Salmoni. This was a powerful and terrifying race. He must not let his guard down. "I must go back immediately and gather the soldiers of Legio III to prepare for war. At the same time, send the soldiers of the mountain reconnaissance team to investigate the strength of the Salmoni and report it to Sir Devers as soon as possible." Alexis immediately stood up. As a person who grew up in the southern part of Lucania, Bagul did not have a deep impression of the Salmoni. In addition, the Legion of Dionysia had won consecutive victories in the past few years, so it was inevitable that he became arrogant and underestimated the enemy. But seeing that Alexis was so cautious, he also took it seriously. "Should we let the citizens of the Legion reserve team also prepare?" "Of course. I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid this is going to be a big battle," Alexis said with a serious expression. "Yes, a big battle," Bagul responded, his face full of excitement. Sir Devers, Marcius is awake. Marcius is awake." As soon as Helps entered the living room, he could not suppress his excitement and shouted. "Really?" The Devers, who was talking with Heraclide, jumped up with a look of surprise. "Just like what you said before, when the venom leaves the parent body, referring to the poison, and is exposed to the outside for a long time, the toxicity may be reduced. It seems that this is indeed the case. The awakening of Marcius is a good example." It was no wonder that Helps was so excited. More than half of the territory of Dionia was mountainous. Every year, there would be people bitten by snakes and insects. The Turiae hospital had no good treatment for this. At most, they could clean and bandage the wound, use some nourishing medicine, and mainly rely on the patient's own recovery. But this time, under the guidance of the Devers, the hospital carried out careful care and medication for Marcius and finally saw results. It provided them with valuable experience and confidence in treating snake bites and other poisonous bites in the future. At the moment, the Devers were not in the mood to discuss medical issues with him. He hurriedly asked, "How is Marcius now?" "Oh, he's awake. He can open his eyes and move, but his limbs are weak. It's a little difficult for him to speak. He can only lie on the bed now. It seems that he still needs some time to recover." "Take me to see him," said the Devers, pulling Helps out. "Sir, are you still going to see the construction of the stone bridge over the Saraceno River today?" Young Heraclide asked hurriedly. "Didn't you just set up the piers?" "I'll go see it when you're laying the bridge deck." The Devers waved his hand, and said apologetically, "All right." Young Heraclide understood how much the awakening of Marcius would affect the Devers, so he could only helplessly follow the Devers out of his mansion. Coincidentally, he bumped into Captain Rodham, who was sent by the Senate. "Sir Devers, and two sirs, the Senate has informed you to attend an emergency meeting." "What happened?" The Devers saw the nervous look on Rodham's face and hurriedly asked. "Potentia has asked us for help, saying the Salmoni are preparing to invade Potentia. The Salmoni are attacking Potentia at this time." The Devers was shocked. The news was like a can of cold water that extinguished the joy in his heart. The Senate had a heated debate on whether to send a large number of reinforcements to rescue Potentia. The supporters believed that Potentia was an ally of Dionia. According to the covenant and morality, Dionia must provide assistance. Moreover, although Lucania municipality had been governed for nearly 5 years, the rule of the Dionia alliance was still not very stable. If the Salmoni were to rush into the territory ruled by Dionia, it would inevitably cause unrest in the region. Dionia should defeat the Salmoni as soon as possible before going to war with Rockley or even Syracuse to avoid fighting on both sides. The opponents believed that Lucania municipality had its own army, Legio III stationed there, and Elia as an ally. The assembled army was more than enough to deal with the Salmoni, so there was no need to send more reinforcements. When Dionia was about to go to war with Rockley and Syracuse, it was not appropriate to send troops to the north. Instead, it would leave the army in its territory empty. The Devers did not make the final decision. He was very conflicted. He had experienced the strength of the Salmoni from his previous life. This mountain race had been fighting with the booming Rome for decades. They had defeated the Rome many times and made them endure the humiliation of the Yoke Gate. The Devers did not think that the army of Legio III and Potentia could deal with them. Before the fire was ignited and turned into a fire, they should do their best to extinguish it. However, before the war with Rockley, there was a large-scale invasion of the Salmoni. He would not believe that it had nothing to do with Dionysius. He thought that he had designed a trap and was waiting for Dionysius to jump into it. He did not expect Dionysius to directly instigate the Salmoni to attack from the north first. He wanted to make it difficult for Dionia to defend from both ends. Before the battle with Syracuse, he already felt that Dionysius was difficult to deal with. He was a terrifying opponent. He had to reevaluate the tyrant of Syracuse who had taught him a lesson. However, he was now sure that Syracuse was determined to fight with Dionia. He was just worried that the tyrant of Syracuse had other tricks up his sleeves. He raised his vigilance, which was one of the main reasons why he did not make a rash decision. The Devers returned home with a heavy heart. Before he had the time to take a sip of water, he learned that Ansitanos had come to visit him. He hurriedly went out to welcome him. "Sir Ansitanos, I've finally waited for you to come back," the Devers said half jokingly and half expectantly. "The distance I've traveled in this period of time is more than the distance I've traveled in the past few years combined," Ansitanos replied with a smile. "That's because you haven't traveled much in the past few years. In the future, I'll have to let you travel more for diplomatic activities like this. Please don't. It's already taken up a lot of time for me to write my history book. Isn't going to travel more so that you can observe the situation of other city-states? Only then will your history be more vivid and detailed." Back then, Herodotus traveled all over the Mediterranean Sea. The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered the living room. "Sir, the Senate of Carthage has rejected our request for an alliance," Ansitanos said after he sat down. After Ansitanos sat down, he said sternly, "They even refused to sign a friendly trade treaty with us." The Devers could understand why Carthage refused to form an alliance. After all, Carthage had just ended a war with Syracuse. It was said that he was severely injured and needed to recover. Now that the relationship between Dionia and Syracuse was tense, Carthage, who was their neighbor, could naturally feel the tension between them. He would definitely not jump into the fray easily. However, it was strange that he refused to sign a trade treaty with Dionia. Carthage was known for its maritime trade in the western Mediterranean Sea. Is Carthage so afraid of Syracuse that he doesn't want to have anything to do with us? The Devers were a little surprised. I've carefully understood the situation in Carthage City. The Maginid family, who used to have a ruling position in the Senate of Carthage and also had a strong interest in Sicily, lost their power due to their defeat in the previous war. They were forced to accept the mission of building a new colonial city in the Iberian Peninsula by the Senate of Carthage. Now, the one who holds the power in the Senate is another big family. The patriarch is called Hanno. Not only is he conservative, but he also prefers land over maritime trade. Hence, he came up with a slogan, "Advance inland and let the citizens obtain more land." Ansetanos said slowly,